Good morning, it's 10:04, slightly later than expected, and I shall now resume this inquiry into the appeal made by Mr. Gossett and Schubert Limited against the decisions of the London Borough of Hackney to serve two important purposes. One, alleging the erection of 4 unauthorised structures at roof level, the installation of platform decking at roof level, and the installation of fencing around the edge. One, alleging the material change of use of the land, fitness use, restaurant and bar, display of art installations, cinema, and use to host social gatherings, as an event space on land people's now and Columbia Wharf. This is the second day of the inquiry. First, the usual reminders: electronic devices off and silent, please. Is there an attendance sheet circulating for today? Please. I haven't seen the attendance sheets from yesterday. Does somebody have them?
Yes,
We should have asked them yesterday. This is yesterday's, yep. So there's a separate sheet for today? Circulating? It's circulating. Yes, thank you. Right. We heard yesterday from Carly Gray, and in a moment, who am I to hear from next? Caroline. Is there anybody else here who wishes to speak who hasn't already indicated that they wish to do so? Interested parties? Ladies and gentlemen, who also want to speak?
Encouraged to speak today.
Can I take your name, please?
Yes,
Finn is actually one of the listed witnesses.
Right, okay, so not an interested party, but the witness. There's nobody else here. I know there was a suggestion that others might be attending.
More likely, if there are, more likely tomorrow, because we announced that today they would be eligible to speak.
Is that based on the order that I put in the inquiry notes?
Well, we failed to heed that, and I told them that if they wanted to speak, it would be after our evidence, and therefore likely tomorrow.
Okay.
Which is perhaps the wrong thing to have told them, but that's what some
No, that's useful to know.
did to us.
This depends how I invite it. Can anybody loan me a set? Are there any housekeeping matters arising from yesterday? Having had a day of experience of the event, and this is much better, I think.
So, thank you for that. We tried to give ourselves options so that if more people attended today, we've got the options and we're folding back the first set of doors. We prefer to leave it this way. The acoustics do seem much better in that respect. The second matter of the housekeeping was sent for us yesterday, and that is very nearly complete. The one thing we're waiting on is the amended plan. We've got the other documents that were under discussion, but we thought you might prefer to see them as one email rather than have a series of emails come through. If you prefer to see the other materials now, they are available, we can send them on.
Has the appellant seen them?
No, apology. But what the appellant has seen is the draft cost submission, which has already been sent to Mr. Cotton recently. And again, we're proposing to include that in the one email that we sent through to peers. But again, if you prefer to see that in documents as they arise, we can certainly arrange that.
Even if I were not to read documents, potentially I can't, it's still useful to have them, even if they might then subsequently change. So for example, if there's a revised set of conditions, it's useful to have a copy, even if it's going to change again in the space of a couple of days. It's useful just to have a track record in case I need to stop and digest them at short notice. It's useful to have the latest version and kept in the loop on that by the next officer.
So yes, well, then what we can arrange to do is send through the documents that are complete so far, together with the draft cost submissions, and the office should have those very shortly. Of course, we'll arrange to have them printed as well.
So does the work that you're referring to, does that refer common or new plan, the track changes version of the allegation, a new plan that's still being worked?
The new plan is the bit we're waiting for, but yes, in relation to the former two.
What's the delay on the new plan? Is it any uncertainty about where to draw the line?
No, I think it's more to do with the fact that it goes exactly through graphics and
Just arrived. Yeah, so circulate everything.
It strikes me that if the council has any difficulty with the plan, then perhaps it could ask the appellant to draw it. Bearing in mind the comments we had yesterday about the lawful development certificate that you suggested you would like, it's the appellant's better placed to know where the existing use is going on than the council are.
Well, sir, we're quite happy, as I indicated yesterday, to have that dialogue outside the inquiry, as it were, but the plan is now available to us. I've just seen it on Mr. O'Connor's screen, so we'll get that in circulation.
And then there was a note on whether or not there's any overlap between the two notices.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
We set up with that, and then there was a potential additional date for the inquiry. Has there been any?
well, Mr. Cobb and myself had a discussion about that after we closed yesterday, so as between ourselves, we had some suggestions in September. So we just need to know if it's convenient.
Yes. I have a very significant constraint coming up at the end of September, so it would just be useful to have early scientific dates. Dates you've agreed if you have any, so I can go over and think about if we are to agree to it.
Subject to any observations you may make or any observations from my learned friend, I prefer to get a few witnesses through and then pause to discuss the further documents coming in.
Yeah, okay. Right, Mr. Hoxton, are you ready to call your second witness?
Indeed, I am. If I can ask Caroline Loft. And I'm also asking
I have no objection to that. And this is purely on the basis of communicating by the It's like a bit strange for anyone that doesn't realise what we're doing that way.
in conventional High Court proceedings, it's very familiar to have a solicitor turning pages for the witnesses.
Caroline, how shall I address you? Is it Mrs. Smith or Miss? Here we go. Stand up. And repeat after me. I, Caroline Rolfe, do solemnly and sincerely
do solemnly and sincerely
and truly declare and affirm
and truly declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Take a seat.
So for the purposes of the record and for those who may be listening, if you could just identify yourself, please, introduce yourself to the inquiry, say who you are.
So my name is Caroline Roll, and I was the director of Art House Foundation.
And what's your background and experience?
So I'm an artist, and I work in the art world. I also have art teaching background as well.
And what was the connection for you between what you were doing previously on the premises and Art House Foundation moving to the premises?
You mean for Art House
Yeah.
Foundation? So we set up Art House Foundation in 2008. We started setting up in 2007 and it was constituted in 2008. We were based in London Bridge by a primary school, and we were set up to, the objective, the project was to educate the general public in contemporary art, which is a standard arts organisation objective. And we were working on putting exhibitions on, and we had some external exhibitions at the site we were at, as well as internal. We worked with the school next door, which was a primary school in our London Bridge site. And we were set up as a commissioning charity, so that was our focus.
And what was the connection with the premises? What led you to the appeal side?
So we've been working in this, it was a ex-schoolkeeper's house next to a primary school in London Bridge, which was a existing relationship with, and we got to a point where I felt we'd outgrown that situation, so we were looking to move. And Keith, who I worked with on Art House Foundation, he was the president of Art House Foundation's time. He had a studio at the site at the time at Laburnum Street, and a long history with the tannery arts, so it was through that connection.
Right.
Because he knew the drawing room were planning to move out, so yeah.
So you've got a proof here that begins with your involvement in 2011, but prior to 2011 you had no prior involvement in the appeal side.
So I met that like kind of early 2011, I went to visit Keith in his studio at some point.
Right. Now there's a proof in front of you, and you've just taken the oath, and you'll be conscious of the importance of that. And I just want to give you an opportunity, if there's any slight amendments, probably best, sir, if you could read the entirety of all paragraphs, apart from the table, of course, of your proof. But as you go through, if there's anything that occurs to you that you need to qualify or slightly correct or amend, please feel free to do so.
Okay.
So if you could just read, please, from paragraph 1.
Personal background. I, Caroline Roll, was the director of Art House Foundation at CHF from its formation in April 2008 to its closure in December 2017. Art House Foundation was a registered charity whose objective was to promote contemporary art to the general public. Supporting evidence. Art House Foundation took on the lease and management of the Brunswick Columbia Walls from Tannery Arts in autumn 2011 and handed over 20 pavilion in spring 2017. Throughout this period, we managed the combined studio and exhibition spaces without any change to the proportion of the total floor space allocated to one or the other. We continued to receive charitable rates relief approved by the council following inspections of the premises on account of this combined use. Our predecessor, Tannery Arts, had run a successful gallery programme from 2003 under the name Dorothy as an integral part of the studio's complex. As an artist-led commission charity with a focus on structures, we were less interested in running a model and wall-based exhibition in a dedicated gallery space. Instead, we explored the commissioning and display possibilities of the site as a whole, considering some of the studio and exhibition spaces to be available for combined production and display, where the two activities were less segregated into studios for production and gallery for display. The existing gallery in 2011 was situated on the first floor with no lift access, and we therefore needed to swap this for a less restrictive ground floor level access space, which could better accommodate heavy sculpture and large-scale installation, and also allow disabled access. We turned the old first floor gallery space into 2 studios and moved 2 artists in to free up the ground floor for a gallery with easier access to the street for transporting larger scale works and to the canal, which was a particular attraction at the site. Through 2013 to 2016, we progressed through a series of projects with varying success, investigating how we could push boundaries to make work public in new ways. The foot traffic along the canal towpath was of particular importance, as it allowed for a much broader reach than the typical audience who would visit a gallery. Our emphasis on innovation had to allow for a certain amount of failure and slowed down our public exhibition programme in favour of a laboratory style approach, but this ultimately produced a more expansive and diverse offer, particularly externally, both outdoors at our own site and beyond at other locations. During these transition years, our display programme was therefore more limited and sporadic, but also more diverse and experimental. This did not result in any change in the way the floor space of the complex was allocated between the production and display of art, but only in how intensively the display floor space was used. Art House Foundation's work had a very clear trajectory. 2011, arriving in the first exhibition, we had a fairly standard show of new commissioned work for the 2012, experimented with the gallery space and built relationship with the school. We tried out the possibilities of gallery space with an experimental interactive show of objects and working with the school. 2013, we worked on how the programme and studios could work alongside each other with the R&D of the Exploded Studio project. 2014, we worked on our links with the wider local community with the Hackney Archive project. 2015, we worked on our capacity to work with large-scale sculpture in the new gallery and around the building. The R&D projects to Infinity and Beyond, Eric Bainbridge, Mark Tanner Sculpture Award, and Norwood Object. 2016, we started to realise our ambition through working with Alison Wilding in the gallery and developing a project with which to deepen and expanding our work onto the rooftop of the building. By 2016, Art House Foundation had reached a stage where local relationships were established, the vision incorporating the site and local community was in place, and the momentum and funding was beginning to have more of a rhythm. While it took time for the organisation to find its feet and embed itself in an authentic way locally, and the programming was slow at times with varied amounts of visibility, it was consistent and thorough work in and around and at all times connected to the buildings. And then there's the list of exhibitions.
Just pause there. You've described Art House Foundation's introduction to the appeal site, but the first row there is before the time that you were describing. So what knowledge have you got about that? Bronze eel and shellfish signage. Why are you referring to that?
Well, we effectively inherited that project because it was installed on the site when we arrived. It was already there. So I looked up and talked to drawing them before they left about that project, and I knew the gallery who were the people who commissioned it initially. So it was a shop local project, 2006, I think, it was a project that was run across Hoxton by Peer Gallery and, various signs. That was one of them, Bronze Eel and Shellfish. There was another on Hoxton Street for a different, I can't remember which shop that one was for, but there was several sites, so that one was on that site and was left in place.
You were managing the exhibition spaces. Did you consider that as part of the features of the site?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It was a really well-known piece of artwork. Anyone walking along the canal knew the art. It had a big, well, people said it had a big prawn on it, but it was like a shrimp or something.
Now, if you could move on, please, to paragraph 12.
So, conclusion. Spaces such as these offered by the Wharf Complex are few and rare to find. Even more rare is being allowed to use the space to express art in ways that is not limited to a traditional wall-based gallery setup. The Wharf buildings have been in continuous use to produce and display art for over 20 years, and in that time they have hosted many now internationally renowned artists. The location is one that is widely known and appreciated for the opportunities it provides to emerging and established artists. It should be preserved.
Thank you. Now, I'm just going to take you through a few of the documents for you to clarify and a few supplementary questions. And so I'd like to begin by taking the witness to Appendix 9, page 171. The point really is in relation to page 170 and 171. So on page 170, we see the drawing drawing room advertisement for an exhibition running from April to May. See that?
Yeah.
And can you remember when it was in 2011 that you arrived and how soon you were up and running? Say autumn, is it?
Yeah, I think it was September, October. I'd kind of started going to the site because Keith had a studio there. I'd started going and kind of being around the site a bit before that, kind of August. But we didn't actually officially move in until it was September or October, the official handover between us.
And then we have an exhibition immediately, really after you get there, shortly after you get there, 28th of October.
Yeah, so we were preparing over the summer. I was writing the funding application for Arts Council during the summer so that we could hit the ground running when we arrived.
Okay. Now, if we could move forward in the document, please, to page 239, which is the same appendix 9. You have that?
239, did you say?
Page 239. This is Art House Foundation annual report from directors and trustees, charity's name, Art House Foundation. See that? And then there is a summary of the main activities undertaken for the public benefit in relation to projects. That runs through page 240, 241.
Yeah.
You see that? Now, we also see, just before that, the registration of the company, page 227. And the new address for filing, 4th of August 2011, is given there, Brunswick Walk.
Okay, yeah.
Now, coming back to paragraph of your paragraph 2 of your statement, you say we continue to receive charitable rate relief. When you say we, who made the application?
Me.
Now, if you could turn to page 248, 249, you know what the form looked like? Did it look like this, an application for mandatory rate relief? This isn't one that you completed because it's completed after you left, but
Yeah, it would have looked like that. 2011, it would have been a handwritten form, I don't know.
and the point really is whether you were lying to the local authority about the nature of the use or whether you were authentically genuine in the application for rate relief. What were you describing the premises
As a gallery and studio,
as? Because
that was my understanding of what the site was set up as. I mean, that's how Shuri ran it, and that was how we took the site on, as an expectation for a gallery with studio.
And then if we move on, please, to, I think it's probably easier now to switch back to the schedule, actually, the box, paragraph 11 of your proof. And I just wanted to ask you about the entry on the 22nd of October to the 15th of October 2016, which is 3 rows up from the end of the box, just above conclusion, paragraph 12, in the end. You see it landed.
Yeah.
Can you just explain to the inspector the context of the flood house? What's the theme? What's the underlying spirit and intent? What's landed? Can you sort of unpack it?
Yeah, so we had an ongoing interest in the kind of recycle, rapid build, thinking about building and construction. It was always part of the way that Art House Foundation worked. We considered working in a gallery space, setting up a temporary exhibition is a construction in its own way. So part of the reason we were interested in moving up wall-based exhibitions was so that we could use the gallery space to place things in and take things out. If you run a temporary exhibition program for like exhibitions a year, you end up with a lot of building materials. It's not a very sustainable way of working. So we were always interested in thinking structurally about the way we were presenting work. And we carried on thinking about these things as we worked within the site, thinking about the context where we were. And Matthew's project was really interesting, the Blood House one, which kind of took this kind of futuristic thinking of how that kind of public-private space and building could happen. So when he was working with Focal Point Gallery, I think he's got...
Say that, can you just slow down a little?
Matthew was working with Focal Point Gallery to commission the work of the Blood House, which is an Essex-based gallery. I think he's giving his own statement about that work, isn't he?
So Matthew.
So we were interested in having him. He was interested. We were looking at what that project could do after we had finished sailing around the Thames estuary. So the idea of it coming in the sense of sailing up the canal and ending up at the Burnett was really exciting for us. And there was a connection with, he was working with an independent curator called Jess Burney, who knew Alison, who we were working with earlier in the year. So I think Jess came to Alison's opening dinner that we had for that. So there was kind of a connection that we started talking to him. So
was there a kernel of an idea? Was there any other place that had done anything or put into practice any sort of exhibition or done this before?
Well, yeah, I mean, this kind of where art and architecture and design, there's a spectrum, isn't there? So there is a place where art, architecture and design all kind of work together and merge together. So yes, I mean, the Taylor Prize 2015, Assemble won that. I think it was 2015. Assemble was an architectural collaborative who worked in architecture, and they were awarded the Turner Prize by the Turner Prize Committee in an art-based situation. This idea that architecture can kind of, the creative end of the spectrum of architecture absolutely exists within the gallery space and within the art world and the way things work. At the moment, at Art Now, cooking sections showing, and they have an architectural background. They're a duo who work with research-based geopolitical systems. So they work with food systems, particularly in a research-based way. But one of the key exhibitions is Whitechapel Gallery, which was a post-war exhibition called This Is Tomorrow. They looked at putting art.
When was that?
It was like 1956, but they've worked with it since. In 2011, they had another show looking at it as archive material.
What were they doing?
And so they put groups of people together to work on these kind of ideas for future living projects. So they visited artists, architects, designers, and theorists, like four people.
Just unpack that again. Artists,
Architects, designers, and theorists.
Theorists.
Yeah. And so they put them together in groups to see how they would think and collaborate and think ideas. And they did an archival exhibition of that work in 2011, and then they referenced it again in 2019 in an exhibition called Is This Tomorrow, where they then had other people in the contemporary art world kind of revisiting and thinking about these ideas. So it's not a particularly...
Are you saying that retrospectively now, or were you aware of it then?
I've seen the 2011 exhibition, yes, which was why we were interested in thinking about those things. So it was interesting to me that Matthew had also been thinking about that within the context of Blood Houses.
Well, some people might say there's a strict hermetically sealed compartment concerning architecture, and there's a hermetically sealed compartment of art on the other side. It's not art, it's just a building.
But that's just not how, I mean, these things work in collaborative and creative ways. I mean, that's kind of, and so the Landis show, to come back to your original question, was an exhibition that we put on, and we put it on at that time because it was London Design Festival. And they that year, I was trying to look it up actually, I couldn't find it.
Well, just pause there. If you just allow me to introduce a couple of documents at this juncture. If I could ask you please to turn to Appendix 13, at page 123. And it might also be helpful to you, sir, to see Appendix 15 at page 290, if it's possible to hold the two out at the same time.
Appendix 13, page 123.
That's right, in fact it's 122 has the beginning of it called the arts.
Yeah.
And if we look at page 290, appendix 15, there's a picture of us. What do we see?
It's us sitting outside the beach house.
Right. And in page 122, it says, just as the canal-focused industrial history of the war from the mid-20th century is recognised in any construction brief for the site, so now must be its more recent but still considerable history as an arts organisation. It is as part of the continuity of the heritage that the beach house goes beyond purely structural architectural purpose to create an installation that also takes place alongside the other fine artworks produced daily in the studio. The assembled paraphernalia of the artificial beach house rooftop treatment evokes the slow paced silence and tranquility of so many beachfront locations of bygone eras worldwide. The environment is simultaneously both familiar and incongruous in central London, intended to transport the memories of places past. For exhibitions and open days, stepping inside the structure will trigger projections that heighten the evocation of the sea and the marine experiences. I just wanted to show you page 185 as well. If you could look at that.
In which appendix?
That would be appendix 14, actually. No, it's the Melocene picture. I'll come back to that in a moment. Could you describe to the inspector what Melocene was?
So Menacene, so when the beach house was on the roof, we were thinking about, it was another similar, the Hayward Gallery on the South Bank Centre had placed boat construction on the top of their complex. And they'd used it, they'd placed it there, I think, to start with for a year, and had a series of artists, and artists in the wider sense, they had musicians and writers and people spending time up there in a kind of residency context and producing work in whatever way they wanted from the experience of being in this boat. And it was based on Heart of the Matter, element of the novel, where someone takes a boat ride along a river. So with the beach house, we were interested in that as a construct, and the idea of having different people go up there and kind of respond to the context of this beach house, which I think was, I always understood it to be built with the idea of Derek Jarman's house, which is down in so for this one, we started with Laura Buckley, and she created an installation. Again, it was a commissioning. So our commissioning, we either commission completely new work, or we work with artists to take a risk and rework something that they wanted to think about in new ways. So she'd been working with this reflective material. It's the material you put on windows to reflect like that. But if it's not stuck down, it's got this very fluid quality. So she was interested in the fluid nature of that. And the way that she worked was that she had kind of ambient projections. So she had sound and visuals, which she was also thinking about the watery. So she was trying to create a kind of watery underworld. Melocene is a two-tailed mermaid, and she's very famous. She's on, we've got Costa, but she's on the Starbucks advertising. She's got, you can see her two tails go up around the sides. So she was interested in Melusine kind of occupying the beach house in this kind of watery way.
Where was the exhibition located?
In the beach house. Yeah, so it was installed within the beach house. And then Sky Sherwin did an accompanying text written from the point of view of the landing.
So just coming back to your box 11, what do you mean by landing? What's
So
that?
landing is an exhibition, so we put it together in conjunction with London Design Festival that year, which was thinking about futuristic living. I can't remember what the title of it was, but we were thinking about 3 structures on the roof, which were Flood House and Whipple House and Beach House. And you could only view Flood House and the Whipple House because you could only stand on the very top part of the roof next to the beach house. You could go in the beach house, so we had Laura's installation within the beach house. So the show was incorporating all of those structures as suggestions for ways of thinking about, futuristic living and what we're going to do when we've got a 29-degree day in the middle of September and we're going to be living by the sea. So this idea about kind of climate change and futuristic kind of dealing with dystopia, I guess.
Thank you. And then I've also got yes, I think that there is a question, which is why, if you became established and got things going, do you not continue after 2017, 2018? Why did you stop?
Well, I think there are various reasons for that. I like the idea that we always ran Art House Foundation in a very kind of, we were artist-led, we ran in kind of terms of 5-year-ish thinking, and we kind of ran the how things were going. So I'd always initially intended it to be a 5 to 10 year project. We worked very hard through that 5 years, 2011 to 2016. If we'd got further with funding, then we were looking at what the next 5 years would look like. But it had been a hard work for me during that time with funding applications and trying to get things moving. And I had other projects I wanted to do. I like to work with things in a kind of let things run their own course and take risks in those ways. So I was interested also to propose a project, and I'm in the process of setting up my next thing. So I felt like we'd given Art House Foundation a very good run at what we were doing, and I wasn't comfortable that we were set up financially really to push things forward as far as I would have liked them to go at that point. Also, Anti-Pavilion kind of started to exist and started to grow as an idea and concept, so it seemed like
I think there's a document that suggests that it was Art House Foundation name was on the first launch of Anti-Pavilion.
Yeah, so we were part of, because Anti-Pavilion, it didn't exist as a thing to start with, so Architecture Foundation and Art House Foundation and Shiva were all people involved in discussing how things could progress with that, and it kind of started to take on its own identity really, so it sort of made sense in a way to kind of pass the baton on to Anti-Pavilion so that things could progress forward on the site. And then Art House Foundation, we discussed continuing off-site in a different way, and instead it wasn't quite moving. So I was
talking about off-site. There's one row on in the box under paragraph 11, which is Hackney Archive residency exhibition and publication gallery space used by 4 project artists. Was that on-site, off-site, and what's happening on-site?
So that project was about connecting with the local community. We had Arts Council funding for that, with non-prescribed outcomes, which was always how we worked for commissioning, which was about, and we were happy, the Arts Council were happy to fund us in that way for that project. So you start with the commissioning process working with artists, and you see how the work progresses and work out how it engages with the public as the work begins to take on its own form. So with that one, we always intended to have a gallery exhibition on the site, because I was interested in going out to meet the local community, working with the archives and meeting everyone, and then inviting the audience back into, because it's a kind of a minority sport, contemporary art, trying to engage the general public and get them to come to a small contemporary art space is very difficult to do. So that the idea was to go out to the community, bring it back to the site. What actually happened was that Hackney Council were doing some work to support Dalston Square that summer, so we were approached by the visual arts officer for Hackney Council and asked whether we could, because she'd been talking to the archives and we were working with them, asked us to produce an event in one of the series of events she was doing there. So through doing that and through talking to her and talking to the archives, we felt in the end that the best way to engage with the public with that project was to place the work at the archives, which was just so great to do. But it meant that it was kind of an arbitrary decision. We'd intended to show at the gallery that project. So I mean, we could even have shown it afterwards, but we felt like the project had kind of done what we wanted to do.
And when you say gallery space used?
Yes, so the gallery space was used by the four artists as we were working through the project. It was available for them to do that. That was within the funding application that we were going to cover the space for them to have access to that.
When you talk about gallery space, if we could just turn to Appendix 13 on page 105C, please. Now this would be a plan at the bottom of page 105C. And I'd just like you to identify, if you can, for the inspector, where the first floor drawing room gallery was located when you first arrived at the building.
Yes, so it was southeast on the first floor.
So if we held it up here, it would be somewhere around here.
Because that's the street side. So you came in from the street and it was the first floor.
In front of the courtyard on the first floor.
Yeah.
We understand, sir, that there's Mr. Armitage. Sorry, the person who gave the Royal Academy show, Mr. Armitage is there at the moment, apparently, the one you saw this day. And where did you move to? When you talk about the Hackney archive using the gallery space, what areas of the building?
So it's north central, so you can see it's got the trees along one side and it's got doors onto the canal the other side.
And what about northwest? Was any use of gallery space there?
No.
And in relation to north central, when you talk about it as a gallery space, you've talked about unrealised projects. You were working to fill the gallery space.
Yes, although as I mentioned already, our commissioning process was about making work and working out how it would best be shown and engaged with by the public. But yes, we did use the gallery space for that. Yeah.
Did it stop being a gallery space because the bid didn't? It's like piecing together the financing, the funding for an exhibition.
No, because the commissioning process meant that we always had multiple projects at various stages. So there's a spectrum of where projects start from being, that would be a great idea, wouldn't it? Let's do that, through to the kind of full end of having a 6-week publicly open exhibition with an accompanying text publication and invigilators. So we were always working on a variety of projects at various points, and where things got to changed and circulated and got held up, we were always working on things at the same time. And yeah, whether things suddenly all came to fruition at once or not much happened for a while was making work really.
Did it stop being a gallery space because of it didn't come to fruition?
No, well, I would never consider it in that way. And sometimes the gallery space was empty, but I don't consider it's like these ideas of what success and failure are. An empty gallery space for a commissioning organisation is a really exciting thing. And for artists to come and look at and imagine things and work things out, it's part of the nature of what we do. So, a studio space is always cluttered full of stuff. So being able to go into a space and view it and think about things is absolutely an exciting thing.
Thank you. If you could just wait there, please.
Thank you, sir. Rob, good morning, and thank you for returning to me. Other members of the team weren't struggling to hear you, but I was just ever so slightly, and we've also got the electronic microphone for the live stream, so just bear that in mind. But it's not an easy exercise because we expect everyone to hear your answers as well.
Okay.
And so does Mr. Cottle and Mr. Gray. Let's see how we get on. Now, you've taken the affirmation, and so you clearly understand, as has been explained to you, the importance of your answers being fully framed through this process. We're trying to piece in gaps in our factual knowledge about the history of uses in this building. And as I understand it, the period that you're really able to help us is autumn 2011 to spring 2017, about 5.5 years in total. Thank you. And you've just been asking questions about the charity that you were the sole director of.
Yeah.
Is that right? And that closed in December 2017. And you've explained to us that there were many reasons behind that. What was the enforcement notice and the appeal in relation to the Beach House any part of that decision-making process?
No, none whatsoever.
Now, in 2011, when you came to occupy the site, that was also the time, we had Mr. Harley Gray giving evidence yesterday. I don't know if you tuned in or if you saw any of his evidence. Yeah, excellent, thank you. So you know that he was, whether it was incorporated or not, he was operating under the type as were Hoxton docks, and he is arrived about the same time that you did. In 2011. And so you knew about that and presumably a number of the activities that were being carried on under the Hoxton Docks umbrella.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times the premises was used as either a nightclub or a night party between 2013 and 2014?
I don't know precise numbers. I would call it 2013. I'd call it a handful, like 4 to 5.
You think
out of my head, but I don't have a list of them.
And in relation to the gallery, you've just explained to us that there was an existing gallery there when you moved in, but it moved places within the building. Now, in relation to that, presumably there was some construction and renovation work.
Yeah.
And you were, as it were, you were overseeing that work because that was being done at your behest as the director of finance renovation. Thank you. So were they contracted for that work? With whoever was doing the renovation, for example?
We took a wall down, no, because we worked with technicians for all of the exhibitions that we did. So all we did, there were 2 studios, one had been Pete's and one had been Alison's. We have a show with Alison later on in the evening. They've constructed a wall between the 2 of them in the middle of the space. We took that wall down, but we had the technicians help us do that. So that was all we did. So that we just took one wall down in the middle and that opened up the space, which was then available for us to use.
What was that work done pursuant to the building contract, or were there no formal contractual arrangements?
Well, we just used technicians that we'd used for the gallery.
Now, I understand that, but
I didn't write the contracts for the technicians that we used. No, so sorry.
They did it within the course of their employment.
Well, yeah, so I just employed them freelance to take walls down and put walls up for exhibition.
Okay, but part of what happened during that exercise was that 2 artists were moved from the ground floor up to the first floor. Right. And so, as part of that, were building control.
No, building control, no.
All right. Part of the purpose for making that change was to allow better access to the gallery, which would then be on the ground floor. And presumably that was with a view to making it more popular.
Yes, and access.
Better disabled access.
Yeah, well, and we've seen it with the GCSE show that we had in the first floor gallery. It's really difficult for some of, they were kind of all family members, grandparents and things, it was problematic.
Yes, and so the ability of moving to the ground floor gave you something which you, as it were, had before, the ability to potentially show heavy sculptures and large-scale installations.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And so to do a different kind of display, it was more akin to event displays of larger installations.
Yeah, because the first floor space is probably in there, it's a floor which can't really accommodate very heavy things. So yes, we were thinking about, we always wanted to show a Richard Serra, there's an example of his work at Liverpool Street Station, but I mean, it's big pieces of steel, so we would never have been able to do that first floor.
Thank you. So amongst those different kind of events, and when we look at some of them later, that was all facilitated by those works. How long did those works take from start to finish? Can you give us approximate dates?
I've written it down, a couple of months, April to June, I've written it down there.
April to June, and sorry, just help me, which year? Is that 2011?
2013.
2013.
Yeah.
Right. So presumably during the time that those works were taking place, there was no ability to have exhibitions.
No, but that didn't mean that I wasn't working on the project.
No, I'm understood. But it sounds like you've been very busy.
I was very busy.
Now, in relation to the presence of the artists within the building, you had a tenancy agreement. You took the lease, didn't you?
License, we took the lease, yeah.
Yeah, you understood what's coming next.
Well, I work with another studio organisation, so they're licensees, exactly, yeah.
And so the artists here were licensees.
Huh?
The artists here were licensees,
Yeah.
were they? So they had their own license.
Yeah, they're licensed studios, yeah.
And so those license agreements would have existed in documentary form.
We didn't have formal one, but some of them did. When they needed them for accountants and things, I provided them, but it hadn't been a standard practice. We were getting to a point where we would have done that actually, but because I've done a bit of work for another studio organisation, I kind of realised the importance of it, that, yeah, there were 2 or 3 of them did happen because they'd asked for them for accountants.
Actual documents.
Yeah, exactly, actual documents.
And in relation to those, have you been asked to provide those
No.
to the appellant to show who was occupying which space and what kind of activities were being carried out?
No.
Now, can we pick up your proof of evidence? We go back to that. Paragraph 6, you're talking about a period of time through 2013 to 2016,
Yeah.
just so we locate ourselves in the chronology. And that's after you spoke about the existing gallery in 2011,
Yeah.
in paragraph 4. So we sort of moved from 2011 to a period through 2013 to 2016. Now, in relation to that, in the narrative, we've got your table, which we'll come on to, but in the narrative you're discussing here, there's not a particular discussion of 2011 or 2012. That's right, isn't it?
You mean in what way?
In the way that we're looking at paragraph 4 to 6. So what you're doing is giving us a narrative story of what was happening over a period of time.
Yeah,
And in that narrative, there's no particular discussion of 2011 apart from noting the existing gallery or activities in 2012.
I've outlined a bit more in paragraph 8.
In the table, or we're going to come on to that. But just making the point there that they're not discussed as individual years. You move straight to 2013 to 2016. Is that because 2011, 2012 were relatively quiet transition years?
No, I think it was more that I felt that they were fairly self-explanatory in that we had the Grey Industry Show in 2011 and we worked through the Six Chairs Show and the British Academy Show in 2012. So I suppose I felt that there was probably more a bit more detail about 2013 to 2016 than there was for 2011 to 2012.
Well, moving on to paragraph 7, first of all, we see the words that you use there, because you referred to transition years, you see. And is that then, when you use those words, transition years, are we talking about 2011 to 2030, or are we talking about some different period of time?
Well, I suppose because we were in the existing gallery space 2011 to 2012, that felt like the beginning, and then moving down to 2013 to 2016, that was when I felt that Art House Foundation was beginning to find its feet on the site and do its own thing with its new spec. So I guess that.
Yes, Ms. Roth, I'm trying to understand your evidence, you see. And so what I did was I read paragraphs 4 through to 7 as a whole. And then when I saw the reference in paragraph 7 that during these transitional years, that appeared to me to be to most naturally relate to 2011 and 2012, because then you talk about 2013 to 2016.
No, okay. No, I meant it to be, because I'm talking about 2013 to 2016, I then refer to it in the next paragraph, that I can understand why you.
No, that's why the process is such as sometimes helpful. You get to the bottom of it. But therefore, you're describing the transition as being 2013, 2014, 2015, and indeed 2016.
Yeah, 2013 to 2016. And yeah, the idea that we got somewhere in 2016 through having worked through various things between 2013 and 2016.
Okay, thank you. And so what your evidence says is during these transition years, our display programme was therefore more limited and sporadic. You carry on, but also more diverse and experimental. If I wanted to suggest words that you might use in contrast to limited and sporadic, I'm going to suggest to you continuous and uninterrupted. Are those words that you could fairly use as a contrast to limited and sporadic?
Continuous and what?
And uninterrupted.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again? I haven't grasped what it is.
Yeah, of course. So there's a description of the transition years, which we now know are 2013 to 2016, so a period of about 4 years. And you say the display programme is therefore more limited and sporadic over that period of time. So that's one way of describing a position. And just for the purposes of testing the language or view, I want to suggest to you that a potential clear contrast to that might be a situation that was continuous and uninterrupted.
Of publicly open exhibition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I can feel where you're going with this, which is to suggest.
Well, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Just answer the question. That's always a terrible trap.
Yes.
You agree?
Thank you.
So,
to move on to the actual question.
So, sorry to labour the point. Can you say the question again or your answer again? Because I realise this is important. I just need to make sure I completely understood what's happening.
Yes, Ms. Rolfe, you have agreed with me that it is a reasonable contrast of language to contrast limited and sporadic with continuous and uninterrupted.
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Now, moving on to paragraph 8. The first item that you've told us about is 2011.
Yeah.
Now, as I understand it, that's the show of new work commissioned by Graham Gusson, and you were taken to, I'm going to mangle some of these names, so apologies both to you and to the others whose names got mangled in advance, but I'll do my best. But if we look at some of the documents you were being taken to earlier, let me just get the reference for you. If you go to Appendix 9 of the appellate statement of case, I think it should be pages 239 and 240.
Page number again?
239 and 240, so Appendix 9, I think, something has happened to my appendices, so they're not always but it should be the Art House Foundation Financial Year Report. So in relation to that, you were in fact taken to these pages 239, 240 and 241. But attention wasn't drawn to the middle of page 240. If we look at the third full paragraph on that page, the fourth paragraph there, starting in autumn 2011, you see that? This is about a show that you're mentioning in 2011.
Yeah.
Right. This was all new commission work. We received a grant from the Arts Council. The show was advertised in Art Monthly, which led to Fraser Mugridge contacting us regarding offering pre-design, and so it goes on. Our visitor numbers rose significantly for this show, averaging 10 a day.
Yeah.
Right, so that was your analysis of what happened over the course of that show. And how long was that show?
6 weeks, isn't it?
6 weeks. Averaging 10 a day, and that was a significant increase from what had happened beforehand.
In London Bridge.
In London Bridge. I suggest to you that in terms of what you're seeking to achieve here, the display of art, to have 10 people a day coming into an area that could receive grant funding for those purposes was, first of all, perhaps a minimal level of attendance.
No, that was averaging 10 a day is what it meant, averaging 10 a day, sometimes more, sometimes less.
Okay.
And then the preview attracted a lot more people, probably about 100. That was pretty standard and pretty normal for that show. And
For that show?
And I'd suggest that's pretty standard for drawing as well. 10 people a day is not bad.
So, right, from your understanding of these things, from the time the drawing was putting exhibitions on, the average level of attendance would probably be about 10 people.
Well, I don't have those figures, but 10 a day, I was expecting 10 a day for that show. That's all I can say on that point.
But you say you're quite pleased on that point, perhaps at that point in time, but it's quite clear from what you say in the rest of your evidence that you wanted those numbers to go up.
Yeah.
You were trying to drive the prices forward, and that was part of using the roof, for example.
Yeah. The point of the canal towpath is that you can reach everybody walking along the canal towpath on a day. I mean, that's a lot of people. So you can see that that would be an attractive thing to do to increase the reach of the organisation.
Thank you.
Sorry, but as I've also already mentioned, actually getting people to walk into a small contemporary art gallery it's hard to get people to feel an emotional welcome. Sorry.
You need to, this is quite, second, so in your documents, you're actually talking down, really making it.
Oh, then I
when it's talk up, and be able to look down at the same time, which I know is impossible. But if they're not both looking in, it's really hard to keep tuned in. Sorry, you were talking about a point of the canal towpath.
Yeah, it's just this idea that people, the general public, if we want to call them that, don't feel very welcome in small contemporary art galleries. I mean, it's just not something that a lot of people feel comfortable going and doing. So the canal towpath is an obvious way of reaching people who wouldn't naturally feel comfortable going into a small contemporary art gallery.
Thank you.
And that was part of what, as it were, you attempted to embrace really from 2016 onwards, is that right?
Well, all the way through. I mean, building audience is something that an organisation is always trying to do. And some organisations are on Bond Street and have a football walking past.
Yeah. No, what I meant is that the reason for using the roof, as I understand it, that's what your plan, which is often succeeds, precisely so that you can seek to engage people on the canal.
Yeah, and we'd already seen, Bonds, Eel and Fish having been there for years, and as I already mentioned earlier, people talked about that sign every time they came to the site. Well, we know your site, it's got the shrimp on the site.
Thank you. Now, we need to go through some of the entries on your table at paragraph 11, your proof of evidence, but before we do that, I just want to make sure that I've understood some of the entries that appear more than once. So, for example, if we go to page 5 of your proof of evidence, The second entry in the table on that page, May to September 2015, do you see that? So that's dealing with the awkward object. And then the last clause in that entry is this project remained unrealised. And wherever those words appear, I think you probably already told us this, but that means that that project, as it were, did not become a display of art.
Yeah.
And so, to take some other examples, that applies to just at the foot of page 4, 2015 Eric Bainbridge, new work, and 2015 Mark Tanner sculpture. Correct?
Yeah.
Sorry, you need to, you are talking down and it's really hard for me. Sorry.
No, no, it's not your difficulty, I need to address it. Foot of page 4.
Yeah.
The question I asked was in relation to the unrealised project, so I think I got the same answer from this role that I was expecting.
Yeah.
In relation to Eric Bainbridge and Mark Tanner, foot of that page.
So I got as far as unrealised project.
Yes.
Which is not a display of art, and become a display of art.
Yes.
Yeah, by 2016. And the reason that as I explained earlier, with this spectrum of kind of ideas that are boiling away all the time, the reason I've included those ones was because I was expecting them to become realised. So they were getting close. If we'd carried on for another year or so, then the Mark Tanner Sculpture Award we had set up to do later on in 2017, but we didn't do it because we closed.
Right, so there's an important point that arises out of it, and that is when you're giving dates here, you give 2015 for Mark Tanner. In fact, if that were to have been realised, you would have expected that realisation to have taken place some 2 years later, about 2017.
Yeah, that's how long projects can take. Yeah. Because they worked on an annual sculpture.
Okay, thank you. And then just while we're on this part of the chronology, we see March 2015 at the top of page 5.
Yeah.
To infinity and beyond, funding application for exhibition turned down. And so I'm taking it that means that the result was the same, that there was never a public display of art in relation to that.
So that was planned for 2015 and we didn't do it. So that was a similar structure in funding application to the awkward object. So we applied to the Arts Council, but that time we didn't do it.
Yes, so if I now, as it were, make my way through this list, and I'm going to do it by reference to 2 other features. First of all, in relation to the entries for September 2013 to February 2014, there appears to be a break of some 6 months there without there being any display of art. So I hear what you say about there being other projects
Where do you think it's total dates?
between the September 2013 and February 2014. So we're looking at page 4.
Yeah. September 2013 to March 2014.
Yes, given the benefit that something was happening in August 2013. Is that right, a break of approximately 6 months there?
Yes.
And then between April and July 2014, we had a break of approximately 3 months.
April and July. That's when we were working on the Hackney Archive project. So when we were, but yes, we didn't have a paid entry.
No comments for that. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, those are in July of which year?
Yes, April to July 2014. And then if we go on to 2015, we've got work taking place. We looked at the unrealised projects, and they cover, so the last date that I've got is September to December 2014, where we've got gallery space used for various internal small-scale shows. Now, as I understand it, even that entry was not actually a public display of art. That was for the benefit of the artist's internal collaborators. Is that right?
Public display, they weren't fully realised public exhibitions, but people came to see some of the artists and put an installation on, so they might have had a private view in that sense. But
You can take away it's not a public display of art, it's people who are connected to the artists coming in with an invitation, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, private views also have that element to in any exhibition as well. I mean, friends of the artists and the network of the artists come to the previews, so.
It's wrong, but.
But I
we
totally.
can go back to this point about being frank. In relation to what was happening in September to December 2014.
Yeah.
There was no properly understood public display of art.
Well, if you mean by properly understood full-blown public exhibition, then there wasn't.
There would have been individual private invitations by some of the artists over that time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then we dealt with what was happening in early 2015. And then we've got a period in May to September, but that's also something that wasn't realised, the Albury project.
Yeah.
And then we've got a 7-month break, as far as I can look at, between October 2015 to April 2016.
Yeah.
So if you take that period in total, from September 2014 to April 2016, that's nearly 2 years, there was no public display.
Yeah, but as I've already said, the archives could have had because we were intending to have that exhibition in the middle of 2014 in the gallery space. And had I known 4 years after closing the company I'd be sitting here, we probably would have made that decision differently if we had to say that we were using the gallery in that way. But we decided to have it at the archives instead.
Thank you. And then we have, as it were, further display taking place from May 2016 through to July 2016. Now, there are some smaller breaks within that period of time as well, but I just want to run through perhaps more quickly. If we go back to the start of the table, as I understand it, the second entry, motto.
Yeah.
Thanks. Shane, again, where you are.
I'm going back to the start of the table, so I get conscious I've dropped my head again. Paragraph 11. The second entry, their motto, that was an installation off-site, London Bridge, so no public display here. Same applies for 2011 to 2012, Romeo. Then we had a period, I think we discussed Graham Gussie already, and levels of attendance there. And then we have a period 4th of December to January 2012, where there appears to be some 7 events of no public display. Is that fair? Between 23rd of March and 1st of June, we appear to have a period of about 10 weeks, no public display of art.
Yeah.
April to June 2013, we've got the refurbishment, we've got about a 2-month break there. July 2013, we have about a 1-month break there. Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry, just for the record.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the other breaks we've really dealt with already. Between 2011 and sorry, I must correct myself by reference to this data. Going back to paragraph 7, the last few words you have there, you say that between these transitional years, 2013 to 2016, a period of about 4 years, did not result in any change in the way the floor space of the complex was allocated, but only how intensively the display floor space was used. So we can see that did fluctuate very, very substantially over time. Mr. Rolfe, thank you very much for your time. So I don't know if you have questions.
jotted down a number of questions that have gone along when I've looked through, so forgive me if I'm jumping in. I'm not an artist, so forgive me if some of my questions feel a bit odd, but the intention to display art, you may see a work as it's progressing, you may have an idea in your mind about something that an artist is working on. There may be an intention that it's displayed. Does that necessarily result in what you've referred to as the realisation of that project, i.e. its display?
That's a great question. I think yes. I think the point.
The question's not here. I'll try again because I realise it's a bit.
I mean, I'd say that the point of commissioning a piece of artwork is that it finds an audience, so it does have to become public at the end in order to be realised. Yes. Does that answer the question?
But I think what I'm getting at is there may be the best intentions of a piece of art being displayed.
Oh, I see.
But for whatever reason, it may not come to that.
Well,
it is the question.
Yes.
So
No. Yes, that's the case. But sometimes these things just take a long time. So, although they might not have happened by the time we close, the awkward object, for instance, that would have absolutely ended up being something, but we just didn't get there because we ran out of time and closed the company. Some projects just don't happen for various reasons, and there are all sorts of reasons for that.
what sort of reasons might they be?
Well, if you're working with an artist, then all sorts of things can happen. So trajectories can change, timescales can change, their diaries can change, illnesses can happen, all sorts of things. You're basically you're working with a person, so things change if you're working over a set number of months on something. It relies on a commitment from you as the organisation and as the artist to make things happen. So, and funding is a very useful way, obviously, of connecting that, because you can then tie something into a project fee and those kind of things. But yeah.
So things can go wrong.
Of course it can, yeah. But that's why having multiple projects running is a way of kind of mitigating against that. It means you've got other things in the pot. And it also means that if sudden things happen, like you're offered some money or you're offered an opportunity or an artist is suddenly available, you've got something running that you can work with.
You talked earlier on about a spectrum, and you referred to art and architecture and design.
Yeah.
Can you help me understand a bit more by what you meant by that?
I suppose it's a way of trying to explain this idea, and Stephen brought it up earlier, this idea that people might have an idea of what they think architecture is, what they think art is, what they think design is. And there are obviously, some artists literally hold a paintbrush and go and sit in a studio, but some artists never use a paintbrush ever. They're working on research projects, or they're working on a podcast, or they're musicians. Alexander Tupper, who's mentioned somewhere in there, went to art school, but his practice is about running a band, and he, puts on concerts, sometimes in galleries, sometimes elsewhere. In architecture, obviously, some people kind of build civic buildings, and some people work on a much more creative end of architecture, of the possibilities of what buildings and structures can be. Do you see what I mean? So it's kind of.
So if you see art and architecture as mutually exclusive things.
No, I don't. No, that's what I mean. There's a creative end of art, design, and architecture, which all can merge and work together. And you can see design exhibitions happen in art galleries, and you can see, designers would consider themselves artists and put installations on. There's a place where those things intermix.
So there is overlap between art and architecture.
And design, yeah.
So this question of the display of art installations, which I think is how it's termed in the enforcement data. The display of art installations. Can you help me on when you believe that began?
At the site,
Yes.
generally,
The council is saying on the enforcement notice that the use site
I see.
includes the display of art installations.
I mean, my
And I'm
understanding,
ambiguous from reading the proof on exactly when the date of the breach began.
my understanding when we moved to the site in 2011 was that it was a long-standing site for the display of art, and that Drawing Room had always done that since they were there in 2003. I don't know what happened earlier than that. But.
So it's not the case that you could be a date when that began, it's the case, if I understand correctly, that was a long subsisting part of the local use before you arrived.
That was my understanding, yeah.
And then that display of art installations, was that limited to taking place inside the building, or it included the exterior?
We considered the site as a whole, and the reason that I mentioned the two Motto and Romeo, which were the two installations we'd had off-site in London Bridge, was because they were external to the building that we were working at in London Bridge as well. So
they weren't on the appeal site?
No, they weren't on the appeal site. It was to illustrate that we worked externally on the site we were at before as well. So because we were interested in objects, so the site as a whole object was always what we were interested in. So yes, we were interested in using the external, and as mentioned before, because it was just such a great way of reaching lots of people.
But I think what I need to understand is if art was displayed externally when you arrived.
Yeah, so Romsey and Shellfish was displayed externally. So my feel with that was that that was on display the whole time that it was there. And viewed by lots and lots of people.
So sorry, this is a technical point, but the enforcement notice about the use is dated the 28th of August 2020, and it's a 10-year immunity period that I'm struck with, so I need to understand if the display of art was occurring prior to the 28th of August 2010. Is it your belief that that is the case?
Yeah, my understanding is yes.
And that's based principally on Romsey and Shellfish.
And my understanding of how Drawing Room worked at the site.
The drawing room is internal.
That was internal, sorry, yeah. So Romsey and Shellfish, yeah. Sorry, I corrected them.
Do you know when Romsey and Shellfish was realised at the site?
I have 2006, yeah, and that's from looking at here and talking to Drawing Room.
And you're referring the proof to the school, but I'm not clear on which school.
Bridge Academy, so they were directly next door. And as mentioned, we've been next to a primary school on our previous site, so we were very interested in kind of graduating up to secondary. But we went to the Vernon Street site.
And then saying in your proof, paragraph 12, spaces such as those occupied by the wall complex are few and rare to find. Even more rare is being allowed to use the space to express art in ways that is not limited to a traditional wall-based gallery setup. I think you may have dealt with this, but I just want to go over it again because I think it's important. What's wrong with a traditional wall-based gallery setup?
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not something that was interesting to us. So we were object-based, Keith was a sculptor. And we were just interested in setting up something that could run in traditional ways. The wall-based gallery setup was something that drawing room had been interested in. They were interested in doing it. We were a commissioning charity, so we wanted to make work and let it do what it needed to do. Also, the wall-based kind of continual temporary exhibitions, quite a commercial gallery model in a way, because it's a way for them to then sell art and show art to their patrons. So as a charity, we felt like we had kind of more autonomy and could look at for artists' ways of doing things differently. And yeah, I mean, the site was interesting in that way that we worked in a commissioning way and things fluctuated, and yeah, it was work.
I guess what I'm getting at is why put art on the roof? If that is what is on the roof.
Yeah, okay. Well, because it's an exciting, unusual thing to do. I mean, that site was just a very exciting place to be, and we wanted to work with the context when we arrived. So this idea that you can take a small shop front in Bond Street and you can have a glass window and you can have a white room where you've got art, that's one way of putting art together. But to arrive at that site where Rachel Whiteread made work in the swimming pool over the road, and there's studios there and there's the canal there, we wanted to really kind of take on that context and see what we could do with it. A flat roof is a very exciting prospect, especially when you can. We'd already seen with Bonzin and Shellfish the way that the shape of that building looks out at the canal, placing something on the top of that where we put the flood house. It's just so exciting because everybody could see it all the time.
So, is it fair for me to take from what you said, the flat roof is your Bond Street shop?
Yeah, so exciting. And so much fun to go up on the roof. I mean, everyone loved Beach House who went up there. All the artists who came up and saw Laura's show were just so excited. I mean, just the whimsical nature of having a beach house on the roof. That's definitely rare and unusual. It was, yeah, really exciting place to be. I'd have been disappointed with us if we hadn't really taken on the opportunities and possibilities of the site before.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Cockle, any questions?
Just on that point, the inspector was asking about art on the roof, and you were saying floodlights. That has the workshop, you did speak about. And was that within your, you were talking about excitement, and why were you so excited about it?
What do you mean?
Well, in the
What's quite exciting about that?
But the inspector was asking, was the roof used for the display of art? You've given that example. And I'm just asking, what was it that you was it prime? Was it just what was it?
I think just something about the freedom of just placing something on the roof. And I just love the whole conceit of the fact that it had been sailing around the Thames estuary and then it had kind of washed up and landed on the flat roof next to the canal, looking out over everything. It just worked really well for me. And I felt, you know, it was a question of what was going to happen to the Blood House after it had done its voyage, and it felt like a great response to that. It ended up on the canal looking out at everybody.
If I could take you back to Appendix 9, because you were asked about various gaps. And I just wanted to take you back to page 171 and Appendix 9. We look at
Sorry, page number again?
171.
171.
Yes. And we've got that occurring as described there at the end of 2011. If we go over the page, 2 pages forward to 173, we've got January to March 2012 chairs. See that?
Yes, it's clear.
And then we go forward to page 175, we've got Owen Bullitt.
Yeah.
See that? And then we go forward to 176, and we've got the school.
Yeah.
And there's a reference to the teacher there. If Mr. O'Connor had come along to ask you in the gap between those installations, what would you have said to him if he was trying to find out whether the building was engaged in display of art? What would you have said to him?
I just said that it was a natural part of the process that you put an exhibition on and then you have some time working on the next thing.
Did you have any misgivings when you applied for rate relief on the basis of the use?
Any?
Misgivings?
No, none at all, no.
And when you say engage with people in the canal, how would you do that?
Well, that's the exciting nature of public art, that it imposes on people's vision, peripheral or otherwise. So someone's cycling to work and they've got a bit of a hit of art coming through them, and then people say it engages people in the discourse. So when people say, "Oh, what's that truth on the side of your building?" unwittingly they're entering a conversation which is actually about what is art and what do you think it is and should it be there and all of those things.
But the doors onto the canal.
The doors onto the canal were always an amazing part of the building. Yeah, I mean,
how would you use that to engage?
Well, so one example of that was Tom's waving skeleton, the Richard Deacon project, which we didn't get to.
Can we just refer to that? Where is that?
So it's in the table 2013. It was only a small project that Tom had set up, but one of his, he had these big performative skeletons that were kind of cartoony with big head. And he'd set one up because he was working with Muff Projects and who were sailing a group of children across from Slovakia. So yeah, it was way forward when they went past, which was nice.
And how did that engage with people?
So that's the children. That was something that was happening on their way from one place to another, sailing on the canal.
Sorry, the waving skeleton. Is
Yeah.
that what it's called?
It didn't have a name. It wasn't.
Were the canal doors open or closed?
Yeah.
And who was the artist?
Tom Warner.
And were there any other displays of art installations that were in the building in a situation where you could open the doors onto the canal and so that people could see?
We come back to the unrealised project. So there was one which was set up which didn't work because we were trying to do a projection into using the canal doors as a projection space, but we just couldn't get the light levels to work, so we did that online in the end instead. And the other one that we didn't do was Richard Deacon's one, the marine animals. Him and Bill Woodrow were really excited by the idea that we could have these marine animals potentially sitting in the building with the doors open, as if they'd come in from the canal, and then other ones in but they were unrealised. But yes, this idea that we kind of had like a screen, an open screen into the building from the canal towpath. The canal's quite narrow at that point, so it's quite easy to see it.
And during these gaps, as you said, commissioning is a sort of concurrent process. You might have a number of irons in the fire, so to speak. And you've got one that's earmarked for use of the space, and it hadn't arrived. If during one of the gaps that run in for which people, the local planning authority are relying on to insist it wasn't being used for display of art installation. What would you have said if somebody had come with an installation that you were interested in and were looking for a location to display it for a finite period of time? Was the space available?
I mean, it's a fairly standard thing to say that you don't have unsolicited proposals for organisations because you have your own programming interests and you want to be able to approach the people who work within the context that you're working. So, I mean, theoretically it would have been possible, but I didn't really like working in that way, unless they were somebody we were already working with, because, you know, you water down what your branding as your whole concept is that way.
But was the space there?
Yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, the gallery was there, but people could have used it, but yeah, that wasn't how we worked.
And the archive people, were they using the space in relation to what eventually got displayed?
Yeah, the artists, yeah, they were, yeah. Yeah, Dan made some big screens which were put up in the archive, and John was working on some sculpture. Tom was doing a singing event, and Rupert was working on various things. It was photography for a while, but it ended up being a piece of writing on the gentrification of that.
I've got no further questions.
I'm going to take a short break next off. It's important. Come back at 11:55.
I have got this
See the next? Sorry, people are sort of wandering off because I've just said them.
can we hold that forward from that? Okay, yes, it should go. You might have to keep it short.
I'm sorry?
We may have to keep it short with him as a result. I need for one. And I need to get him on as quickly as possible.
See the next witness?
Yes.
In anticipation there'll probably be some sort of technical issues, can you sort of talk about that over the break? So we're keep going on to testing.
I'm in touch with IT, so hopefully.
Right, 11:55, we will return.
Yes, great, great time. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, sorry about this. I know you've got to be aware of I think I'm assuming that. Just tell me that. Are you ready? And we'll get you a Zoom link as soon as I can. We've already got so many people that get one.
Yeah. The native.
Right, welcome back, everybody. During the break, I've been handed some documents. Can you just talk me through what I've been handed, Mr. Beckett, Mr.
So following yesterday's to-do list at the end of proceedings, we were requested to draft the revised application.
Yeah, just as you refer to them, I'm going to add them to my documents list for the inquiry, so we're all clear on what we're referring to and they'll appear in my decision. So, mention first the important notice. So it's got the allegation highlighted and amended the allegation in line with the discussions that we had yesterday, correct?
Within the enforcement notice is the revised site plan, also discussed yesterday.
Correct. Okay, so I'm going to refer to that version of the enforcement notice as document 3, and the plan, although it is part of the enforcement notice, arguably, I'm just going to call it document 4 in case I need to refer to it separately in my decision. Okay.
The inspector also requested council provide brief summation of any overlap between the two notices that are issued today or these proceedings.
And is that a document entitled Rationale for 2 Notices?
Correct.
Right, so that's document 5. Yep.
And finally, I acknowledge that it's long overdue the council's comment on the London Plan policy developed between previous iteration of the London Plan and the current one.
That's the single page, 2 pages, entitled London Plan March 2016, yeah. So no, I haven't read these, but I'm adding all the documents list, so that doesn't cause any problems if you use copy. I'm going to add these to my document list, I'm accepting them, to the others cause you any problems. Although I've not read them, I'll read them over the lunch break and perhaps have a discussion about them later, or as and when it's appropriate to. Yeah, indeed. Now, for the benefit of my colleagues in Bristol, have these been emailed to the case officer?
They're all emailed to the case officer.
Back, so she's got them, right. And the same please for your respective openings that I received yesterday. It's helpful if a copy is emailed to the case officer, because otherwise it just creates a task for me to find a photocopy and do whatever, which is really press of a button on my account much easier. Right, bear with me.
I have my camera off because I'm on short bandwidth. Do you hear me?
Unmute not, but
Video.
take the put yourself on camera.
I'll try it, but it's push my bandwidth, I think. I'm just getting a spiral when I get the camera. You can hear me?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, let me break off the call because I've got 2 lots of audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. I've got, I think, quite limited bandwidth here, so I don't think my videos work.
Can you hear us fine?
I can hear you fine.
I suggest so that we continue without waiting for the video link.
Right, so we are on to Thomas Randall Page as the next witness.
Indeed.
And my note is that Thomas Randall Page is not a witness of fact, he's a witness of opinion, so he doesn't need to be sworn.
I would err on the side of caution because it is true to say that he's got experience as a entrant, a winner, and a judge. And
The problem this is going to cause me, if he needs to be sworn, is that I need to be able to see him. That's really going to be very difficult. So I was more hoping he would just be a witness, not just, but he would be a witness of opinion, and that wouldn't necessarily matter. I've been quite insistent on this in previous inquiries, particularly whilst we've been operating in a virtual world for the last year and a half.
of course, I entirely accept everything you say. Perhaps we could establish before the witness is called as to what the interconnection is or the strength of the signal that doesn't allow him to get the video link. Is there a technical issue that somebody knows about?
I think Mr. Randall Page's suggestion is that he was suffering limited bandwidth in his head. That's what we heard him say.
Well, that he did suggest, but simply he seems to have had no problem with, I don't know what platform you're doing this on, Zoom. So I wonder if we could get him live on a platform that
I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm looking at the appellant's time lists, which indicates that Thomas Randall Page is a witness relating to public benefits, and that really is a matter of opinion rather than fact. So I wonder if we will proceed on that basis. And if Mr. Randall Page says something really important relating to facts, then I can review the situation rather than stall everything now and try and figure out whatever the technical solution is.
I've just been asked to ask him some questions about aircraft because before, and I say this before asking the evidence, because apparently before aircraft was given the award, there was a trial run of as to what it did. He could just throw some light on what aircraft was.
not quite.
I mean, if you are insisting that he's a witness of fact, this is not going to work for me, and we're going to need to find.
Or perhaps we can just restrict it to his current statement for the time being, and if we can work out at a later date his bandwidth and get him back on properly, then he can come back as a witness of fact. So actually, before the planning authorities ever begins and deal with it in that way. So I just put down a marker that if we can get that technical issue resolved, then I would ask those supplementary questions if I would be permitted to do so.
Yes, if this arrangement is not going to work, then I may have no option but I go and hide in my retiring room with Microsoft Teams and we will do the same thing elsewhere, not in the same room, because that doesn't work because of the sound interference and feedback that you get. We will just have to deal with that witness virtually. Well, I'm not a choice. It's not a great position to be in.
Well, so can I call Mr. Thomas Randall Page, please? Mr. Randall Page, do you hear me?
I do hear you.
I'm the barrister on behalf of Shiva Limited, who are the appellant, and I'm going to ask you some questions in relation to a proof of evidence that we've all got that's been supplied to the inquiry. The inspector is writing down the answers that you give, and bear that in mind because you can't see us here. And my learned friend, Mr. Begman, is going to be asking some questions once you've read your proof of evidence out. And I would like you, please, to look at your proof of evidence. And the first question I've got is, have you looked at it recently? Are you familiar with it? Or is there anything in it that you'd like to alter or change before we begin?
No, I have it in front of me and I've read it recently. That's totally fine. Also, just to note, I can see you, but you can't see me.
Just, who is Mario? I can't read his surname. That's on the call.
Sorry, that is ICT technician,
Okay. And so, Mr. Randall Page is otherwise alone in the room that he's in.
I'm on my own, yeah. I'm in a hotel room.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm just in a
You're going to need to repeat that, please.
All right, well, he's saying he's in a room.
Okay.
If I could ask you, please, just to read out your proof, please.
Certainly. My name is Thomas Randall Page. I'm a lecturer and practitioner in the field of architecture with 10 years of experience, and I'm a long-term resident of Hackney. In my professional career as a designer and in my teaching work, I've had a particular focus on the waterways of London and East London in particular. In my capacity as academic lecturer in architecture for the last years, I co-led a design studio at Oxford Brookes University. I've also worked at the University of East London, London Metropolitan University, and the Architectural Association. As students.
This is not acceptable to me.
Mr. Randall Page, if I just ask you to pause, please. We do not hear what you are saying because of the insufficiency of bandwidth for whatever reason. And so we're going to have to interrupt your evidence and see whether we can sort out these technical problems and do a test run, and then you'll be able to give your evidence. But at the moment, we have to thank you very much. The present connection at the moment isn't satisfactory.
Right. I could try and move to somewhere with better bandwidth.
It's not going to work for me, and if it's not working for me, I doubt it's going to work for other people that are listening.
Mr. Randall Page, we'll be in contact with you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Randall Page. We're going to move to a different witness.
Apologies.
It's a technical issue. Thank you very much. So we move to Mr. Harper, please.
I'm racking my brains as to what the solution to this might be, but if it's a case of we just move to the next witness and we come back, great, but we really need to be somewhere with sufficient bandwidth so I can hear every word, and I'd really like to be able to see it.
We'll deal with this during the short adjournment, perhaps.
Right.
So Mr. Harper, please. Again,
yes, my note is that Mr. Harper is a witness, so no.
So, Mr. Harper, we have a proof in front of us, and I would like you to introduce yourself to the inquiry, and then to read your proof, if you would.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Phineas Harper. I'm the Chief Executive of Open City, which is best known for the Open House Festival. So that's a sufficient introduction. I'm an architecture critic, trained in architecture, but been working at the intersection of culture, architecture and arts curation for the last few years.
Now, if you could read, please, from paragraph 1, the second or third sentence there, after Open House Festival. I'm also a former...
Yeah. I'm also a former narrowboat dwelling resident of the Regent's Canal for 5 years. As such, I've taken a keen professional and personal interest in Hoxton and the area surrounding Columbia and Brunswick Wharf for some time. In my career, I've written extensively on architectural and cultural issues, notably as deputy editor of the Architectural Review, one of Britain's most widely read architecture magazines with a nearly 200-year history, and as a columnist for Design, the world's most popular online design magazine. I've also curated many exhibitions and events exploring contemporary and historic architecture, including as chief curator of the 2019 Oslo Architecture Triennale and as deputy director of the Architecture Foundation. Today, I am chief executive of Open City, the charity which stages the annual Open House Festival in London, as well as actually now 50 other cities around the world. I believe that these qualifications and appointments put me in a strong position to comment on the architectural impact and public benefits of the anti-pavilion programme, which has been running since 2017 at Columbia and Brunswick Wharf. I've had the privilege of a direct connection to the anti-pavilion programme as a third party during my time as Deputy Director of the Architecture Foundation. The Foundation was then a partner on the programme, principally helping to promote the annual call for submissions within its audience of emerging designers and select the winner. While I was not involved in the actual construction of the pavilions, for 3 years I supported the selection of an expert jury and the rigorous three-stage process that the juries would undertake to establish the winning designer of that year's pavilion. And hearing some of the conversation earlier, I would add at this point that the jury always included artists as well as architects, and that was a deliberate move to make sure that this overlap between art and architecture that has been under discussion was very present in the programme. Now, in my capacity as Chief Executive of Open City, I still have a connection to Columbia and Brunswick Wharf, which is a regular and popular contributor to the Open House Festival, which is underway at the moment. Indeed, the highlight of last September's Open House weekend was when the Wharf and its anti-pavilions attracted around 1,000 visitors to socially distanced tours, despite a generally much quieter year of the Open House Festival due to the pandemic. I was also a local resident to Columbia and Brunswick Wharf while living on Regent's Canal aboard a narrowboat for 5 years. In that time, I regularly moored near the wharf and have been able to see the area change over time, so have a good understanding of its issues and challenges. I think this combination of professional experience as a critic of architecture in various spheres, familiarity with the anti-pavilion programme from two professional perspectives, local knowledge as a former resident, put me in a strong position to comment on the impact of the anti-pavilion programme and its public benefits. Shall I continue? Lockdown has proved a huge challenge to the cultural life of London, causing an enormous number of arts venues and cultural organisations to close. It will take many years to rebuild London that we've lost. Yet, during this incredibly difficult summer and the last summer, I've been consistently inspired and impressed with the outstanding free arts programme Anti-Pavilion has delivered. Circus, ballet, pop-up installations, temporary architecture. It has been an uplifting sight to so many local people to enjoy and benefit from this remarkable programme, which has managed to continue when so much else is closed. It was striking, for example, that on Open House Festival weekend in September last year, the Wharf attracted around 1,000 visitors for socially distanced tours. Fantastic achievement, and so many other buildings experienced lower turnouts, a testament to the high local interest in the anti-pavilion programme. Even before COVID, I was an admirer of the cultural programme at Columbia Wharf. I know, for example, the Arts Council funded short programme of film screenings, opera, and discussions, which took place in 2019 as part of the Potemkin Theatre project by Make Swift Architects, and the Airdraft Festival, which created at Columbia Wharf, but which travelled between various venues along the Regent's Canal, staging musical theatre, musical and theatrical performances from its photogenic inflatable theatre. I attended a number of these events and was always impressed with the mix of local people, visiting tourists, and professionals. The programme has also brought many wider positive benefits to the area. As a former local resident of the Regent's Canal, I've experienced firsthand the disappointing underinvestment in facilities and infrastructure along the length of the canal. Despite the enormous recent uplift of land prices for canal-side properties, which has benefited property owners, local authorities, and the Canal and Rivers Trust, much of the Regent's Canal remains unlit at night and under-equipped with facilities for its community. This has led to severe social problems, such as endemic muggings on towpaths and overcrowding of boats around the few parts of the canal network which have sufficient facilities to feel safe. In this context, Columbia and Brunswick Wharf makes a valuable contribution to the lives and safety of its canal community by investing in a canal-side public art and architecture program, which includes the anti-pavilions, but also previous installations. It has enlivened the canal side of an underinvested in stretch of water, making it feel more animated and therefore more safe. The positive social impact of art installations in public space is very well documented. I believe both of the towpath uses therefore benefit immensely from the anti-filling program and previous installations. I would also like to highlight the cultural benefit to the architecture community at large of the anti-filling program. Britain is well known among European countries as being a difficult place to practice as a young architect. Risk aversion among potential clients and a generally conservative set of national tastes has limited the potential of architecture and inhibits young designers from establishing themselves. By contrast, the anti-pavilion program has explicitly sought out young designers, giving them the opportunity to create small, interesting structures which can help propel their careers. The first anti-pavilion commission was awarded to PUP in 2017, who've gone on to become rising stars in the industry. They were featured in the Architects Journal 40 under 40 list of upcoming practices and are leading the refurbishment of Surrey Docks City Farm, another highlight of the 2020 Open House Festival. I would say the Anti-Pavilion Commission plays a similar role in the cultural architecture as the Turner Prize plays in the art world, finding young talent and supporting those designers to grow their businesses and profiles. Beyond the important social and economic benefits I've already mentioned, as an architecture critic, I also believe that the programme makes a vivacious and characterful addition to the visual character of its context. The area surrounding Columbia and Brunswick Wharf has enjoyed some remarkable and exciting architecture in the past, in particular the Bridge Academy by BDP, which is just to the east, west, just to the west. However, the area has also suffered from some unfortunate projects, including the residential block at 79 Burnham Street, whose bland and derivative form, reminiscent of the worst examples of suburban mass housing, significantly detracts from the former industrial character and heritage of the canal. Also regrettable is the ongoing neglect of the fabulous Hoxton Baths, which is a striking and bombastic piece of Victorian municipal architecture that has been closed since 2000, despite 29 proposals to bring it back into use. In this context, though the buildings of Columbia and Brunswick Wharf are not particularly remarkable in themselves, and I'm referring to the warehouse buildings there, it's been heartening to see the anti-pavilion bring charismatic and visually stimulating architecture back to the area. Hoxton and the Regent's Canal were, in their heyday, lively areas of change and dynamism, which the anti-pavilion programme rekindles. While each of the anti-pavilion structures are unique, they all engage with and add to the visual composition of their context, enhancing the local context and benefiting the character of the area. I would argue that temporary installations add volumes to the architectural interest of the warehouses they sit on, and the way they have been used for display of art, including performances and talks, contributes significantly to public benefit of the area. So, in conclusion, I feel the anti-pavilion programme has delivered a number of key benefits to Hoxton and wider London. It has enhanced the cultural life of the local area, particularly during the pandemic. It has improved the safety of canal users and pedestrians by animating and investing in the canal side. It has supported the careers of young designers and the culture of architecture in London. It has contributed to the aesthetic qualities of the area, reconnecting the dynamic heritage of Hoxton. For these reasons, I'm very happy to support the anti-pavilion programme, and I hope it continues to make a rich and positive contribution to Hackney.
So one of the questions here we're talking about is whether the installations in the roof are art installations. Is that a subject that you feel able to comment on?
Whether they are art installations?
Yes. Or are they art? Where's the interface between the two?
Well, I mean, it is the story of architecture around the world that there is a very blurry and positive relationship between art and architecture. I could give you some examples if you like, but perhaps the most famous quote is Frank Lloyd Wright, who says architecture is the mother of art, implying that you cannot have art without architecture. The two are inextricably linked, but you could also look at Le Corbusier, maybe Europe's greatest 20th century architect, who designed some amazing buildings like the Chapel of Notre Dame, Pilgrimage Chapel, but also thought of himself as a painter and split his time evenly between designing buildings and making paintings. Or if you think of Gaudi in Barcelona, you know, these amazing mosaics, are they the architecture? Are they art applied to the architecture? Of course, they're neither, they're both things at the same time. So I don't really buy the idea that there is a hard line between architecture and art. I think any art historian or architecture historian would agree with me that there is a continuum between design, architecture, and art. They're all part of the same family. And I think a really obvious contemporary example of this is the Turner Prize, which in the last few years has shortlisted architects among artists for that prize, even though that is very much an art prize. So at the moment, booking sections who teach architecture at the Royal College of Art are shortlisted for the Turner Prize. A couple of years ago, forensic architecture shortlisted for the Turner Prize. And of course,
So slow down a bit, please. You're talking really fast.
Just to go back to the bit about what was it? You're saying the role of the Turner Prize.
I'm sure everybody knows the Turner Prize. It's possibly Britain's most famous art prize. It has been awarded to artists such as Grayson Perry, to Rachel Whiteread, to Tracy Emin, but recently it has also been awarded to architects. So most famously, Assemble, an architect who in fact helped judge one of the anti-pavilion commissions, were awarded the Turner Prize. Now, they were awarded it for their work refurbishing a housing estate in Liverpool. And for that work on a housing estate in Liverpool, they were given the UK's most prestigious art prize. So I think it's kind of beyond question that the art world and the architecture world are the same thing, and that the installations at Hoxton Docks are art.
Could you put in a slightly broader context as to how much interest is generated by what's happening with the anti-pavilions? Is it just a local thing for those who see it locally, or has it got a wider reputation?
Yeah, I think the primary benefit of the anti-pavilion programme is local. It's enlivened this area that suffered from underinvestment, I've said. But it's striking that that programme has also received a global audience. So the installations that were commissioned as part of the anti-pavilion programme are published as far as Japan in architectural design magazines. And I think that is a testament to the fact that they are very compelling, and they're compelling structures because they sit at this perfect sweet spot that is partly architecture, it's partly art, it's partly culture. That's why they're good, is because they are so artistic in their merit. And the reason they are artistic in merit is partly because the jury that picked them always included a combination of artists and architects working together to create an installation that showed off the best of both disciplines.
Now, you're not an expert in planning, and the planning authority's case is that they are awkward and incongruous and don't fit within the local setting, and they should be removed. As an architect, if the inspector is with the authority and thinks that there's a harmful impact on the conservation area as a whole, he might feel there's a modest impact. He might not feel that there's an adverse impact, he might feel that there's no harm at all. But if he does feel that there's a modest adverse impact on the conservation as a whole, are the benefits sufficiently weighty in your mind?
Well, as you say, I'm not an expert in planning, but my understanding is that the reason we have a planning system is to ensure that there are benefits for local people. And I think the anti-pavilion programme brings enormous benefits, both in terms of aesthetic benefits, heritage benefits, and this idea of public safety. When you make public art available in public space, even just a view from across the canal, you do something positive for the safety of passers-by in that area, whether they're canal dwellers like I was, or just pedestrians. You enliven the area. It's called placemaking.
Placemaking.
In urban design. There'll be a placemaking team. In Hackney, there'll be a placemaking team for GLA. And all of those teams are trying to enhance the character of areas, often with the provision of public art. And I think that's exactly what the anti-rebellion program is doing. I think it's what the site has been doing even before the anti-rebellion program. And I think the benefits of that have been particularly palpable during the pandemic, but have been growing over the years and are tremendous.
What do you say to Hackney's idea that, well, we do have a policy statement that we promote arts and culture, we just don't think it should be here. We think we should take them down. We think we should take out the installations and go somewhere else.
Well, I think the point of making rules is to ensure benefits. If by enforcing those rules you actually cause harm and you remove the benefits that are already there, then there has to be, those rules have to be challenged or rethought, but they're clearly not delivering the benefits that they were maybe intended to. So they might have been written in good faith, but when you apply that to the real world and see that too linear application of those rules might cause harm or remove benefits, then there needs to be some change in approach.
Well, the inspector has a discretion over this, should he find himself in that situation. And he has to weigh, on the one side, the harmed conservation area. What about the public benefits? Do you see it as evenly balanced, or which way do you see it?
I think that the public benefits of displaying art, including the anti-rebellion program, but other kinds of art at this site are huge, and hopefully my testimony has explained the various dimensions of those benefits. So no, I don't think it's evenly weighted. I feel like the benefits of the artistic program at the site significantly outweigh the need to stick to a linear rule book because they are delivering and have delivered positive impacts for local people, but also for London as a whole and for...
What about the use of the buildings, the walls themselves? They're vestiges of a different era, and they find themselves in a contemporary use for artist studios and display of art. Is that living, working use of the building a factor?
Yeah, I mean, the story of London in general, and particularly the Regent's Canal, is one of continuous change, and all the sites along that stretch of the canal have once been industrial sites. I don't think there are any industrial sites operating there now, certainly not the school to the west that I referred to, certainly the housing to the east. Those are all the changes of use that the area has accommodated over time. So I think change is normal and natural and should be sort of supported where it's bringing benefits to an area. But I think what is particularly fruitful about this site is that you've retained, or the owners have retained some of the older buildings, but they are still programming new work to be shown there, which brings them to life. So they're not just sort of dead warehouse spaces. They are kind of a living, breathing part of Hoxton, which I think makes them far more successful uses of former industrial land than some of the other examples along that stretch.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Beckett, cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Afternoon. You've said you're not a planning expert. That's a very fair concession. But take you to areas that you're uncomfortable to go. You did refer to placemaking. in one of the answers that you just gave, and you will be familiar with the idea that the planning system deals with that. It deals with placemaking by the use of development plans, which have policies within the
I challenge your assumption that development plans always deliver successful placement.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well,
Just anticipating how this might go, I just want to say that Mr. Beckham is going to ask the question that require yes or no answer. And he really thinks yes or no, and they've got a lot of answer. So I'm wondering how this is going to go based on what's with I don't want to waste any time back and forth. So it's not a fun process, lots of examination. You're probably going to get yes or no questions, answer yes or no, and then explain anything further.
okay, yeah.
So you're aware that the planning system has a process in place for seeking to achieve placemaking, and it does that through the use of what we call development plans.
Yes.
And alongside that, there is a statutory scheme that relates to the creation and protection of conservation.
Yes.
You're familiar with that as a concept.
As a concept.
But it's not something that you have discussed within your evidence either the development plan. It's just, first of all, that's correct. You haven't discussed that.
No.
And you haven't discussed the idea of conservation.
No.
And in relation to those points, you have therefore not considered the views that you expressed against those statutory criteria and what the conservation area in this part of the world requires.
Don't agree with that.
Well, where in your group evidence is there discussion, for example, of conservation area in the first place and the conservation area review that took place much more recently? You haven't discussed that.
No, I haven't. But that doesn't mean I haven't considered conservation issues when thinking about how to present my evidence.
But you haven't considered them by reference to those specific documents that apply to this locality.
I haven't referenced those documents, no. But that doesn't mean I'm not considering.
Now, in relation to what has happened at the site and the public benefits, you focused on the Annual Mobility Program. That's a program that's been running since 2007. So it's a program that's in its infancy in one sense. Correct?
Sorry, the question again?
Yeah, the program that's only started in 2017 is in its infancy.
I wouldn't make that characterization.
How many winners have there been so far?
In 5 months?
Right. And do you know what your reward is for winning the competition?
To build the installation.
And there's a financial element as well, isn't there, which may or may not go, but you tell us you may know more than I do about this, towards the cost of the installation, or is the prize well as I said?
I wasn't directly involved in that side of things, but yeah, I believe there was some money was available for construction of the installation, and some money was available as a sort of prize fee.
You have, as I say, focused on the anti-division, but you've also made observations in your evidence about some of the other cultural aspects that you say have emerged from the walls, like and so on. In that respect, you're aware of beach house.
Yes.
If it were said to you that the beach house was there, present, in breach of planning control, and that an inspector like our inspector concluded that was so in 2017, and that one of the consequences of that was that for it to continue to remain there was a breach of the planning laws, and in fact, the criminal. Would that have an impact on your view about the public benefit presence of that structure?
Those aren't an issue with respect under the enforcement notice, so it's a misleading question. We need to clarify whether we're just talking about the subject of the enforcement notice. Because I think the way the question was asked is that it gives the impression that everything is.
The beach house is not for me.
No, it's not, neither temporary architecture in suggesting one. But the service of that, I'm not happy to restrict my questions
The effect,
to the enforcement notice.
the effect of the enforcement notice is that it's suspended because of an appeal, and there's no criminality involved, so it doesn't alter the balance of factors.
That's not relevant for the beach house.
Exactly. But the way the question was asked was to spread over into what's on the roof.
No, I was very specific.
Okay, I've understood. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. If it were established to you that one of the structures, feel that there is possible cultural advancement that comes from the walls, was there a breach of plan control that a planning inspector had determined in 2017 that was so, and that the continuing consequence of that building remaining was that it was a breach of both the civil law and the criminal? Would that affect your view about cultural work was happening on this premise?
But I've still got a problem with this. I do apologise to my own friend. The question that I was asking was in the context of the matters that are subject to the appeal. What the witness is being asked by this question is to review and reconsider the balancing exercise that I asked him to conduct on the basis of a different basis, weighing against something else which is against law and committing a criminal offence. I don't believe the witness gave evidence in chief on that premise. I believe I was asking him about the anti-pavilion rules and the role of the structures that he was talking about, with commentary in as far as spread as to that.
Your view is this witness is not dealing with the beach house at all?
No, he certainly didn't express his answers to me in weighing the criminality as part of the equation. I was just talking about the structures on the roof and the use of the roof for the ones that he's known about. He spoke about in his proof.
It seems Mr. Becky's asking a theoretical question.
Well, it's not a case of revisiting a weighing, a balancing exercise, because it wasn't weighed on that basis. That's what I'm trying to say.
We're talking about cultural benefits. We're talking about cultural benefits that arise largely from the display of art on a roof. I'm asking about one of those structures. I'm asking about whether it affects your view of the public benefits.
I can give you my view on the beach house if you like, but that was a commission made before
Yeah,
my involvement in the programme.
Sorry, the beach house is not an anti-pavilion work.
Not
Yes, it's a year.
As far as I'm concerned, the beach house is not for me, so I've really not focused on it. I've read the previous and good decisions and I've understood that. Kind of have my own view on it, which I can't express at this time.
Well, we're facing a choice, so I really don't mind deal with this. In fact, I have preference for this just in but when we're dealing with any issues about public benefit, we restrict ourselves very strictly to what the interests, rather than broad messages about what public benefit can be flowed from use of this building. I'm happy with that.
well. I don't shut down the future. We are proposing as a condition to you, and Mr. Frohman suggested it in his proof, that different structures of temporary nature, and it could be 12 months to allow 2 open houses, or a summer and a half to allow people to get it. And it is about display of art on the premises, including the roof. And when you're asked to consider things underground air, you're looking for things. You're not just looking at what was there at the time of the enforcement notice, even if the Potemkin's come down. So we do include the future, because you're looking at a question of whether it's permanent or whether it's temporary. You must be casting.
Mr. Hall just needs to be clear on his position. Either we're restricting ourselves to what the contents of these enforcement notices which I'm perfectly happy with, or we're not, in which case broader interests demonstrate.
Perhaps I can ask my friend. Appeal A concerns particular structures. Appeal B concerns a change of use. And so we're both right. Appeal A only concerns those structures, and Appeal B concerns a change of use, and there's a future use of that as well.
Mr. Bottom just needs to give you some clear answers. Are we restricting the evidence as I suggest we probably ought to be, to benefits and harms that arise directly from the two enforcement notices, or are we not?
I mean, my understanding of the appeal being,
I am thinking and I am confused. So let's go through this again, because I can understand it. What we need to say about we are restricting the benefits to matters which are the subject of the enforcement notices.
But either we do or we don't, because it affects how we address the evidence. Mr. Harper, in his evidence, is talking about some broader cultural benefits that he says are arise from the use of the intellect, both historically and if it carries on the same way into the future. Some of it will be beyond the contents of the enforcement notices, for example, the service of the ballot. Now, I can answer questions restricted to the enforcement notices, or I can answer some broad questions about cultural benefits and whether or not they are affected by them, whether or not there are breaches, for example, in relation to how building is used.
The use notice is difficult because there's a question about what does the use entail, because there are things that could go on the roof that are not operational developments. I want to hear your questions to the witness again.
So it was a long question, so I'm conscious of it. If it were said and this were established, that presence of beachings, which is put there as part of the cultural program of building on this roof, was there in breach of planning control, that a planning inspector had determined that was so in 2017, and that the consequence of that was that that building remained as a breach of both the civil and criminal law. Would that affect your assessment of the cultural value of what is coming from this building?
I want to answer this.
it would affect it.
And it would affect it adversely. It can't be that culture. I'm really interested in the next answer. Are you suggesting that it is culturally beneficial for someone to be seen to be flouting planning, not just on a civil basis, but on a criminal basis as well?
I think it's very clear that sometimes things get given planning permission which cause immense harm. Communities are displaced by large developments that necessitate.
Away from the use of
Well, you said I'd be very interested in your next answer.
you still need to follow the format is yes or no, followed by an explanation.
Sorry, I don't think this is necessarily helpful for me. It seems to be the question is, what's the benefit if the art is criminal? If something which is art is criminal, what is the benefits of the same? Yes?
So that's
I'm just going to write that down. Just wait there.
These are quite intense.
So, my understanding of the question is that if the art is criminal offence, is the benefit of that art still the same? Is that fair?
That's
And so what's the answer? Yes. Just a second, what's the answer? Yes.
It's the same.
So art has a benefit, let's say, but if you were told that that piece of art, for whatever reason, is a criminal offence, is that benefit affected?
Because it completely depends on context, which is why I'm finding such a difficult question to answer.
Specific.
Can I just come in, please, sir?
No.
What I would say is that detracting from the benefits because of criminality would be a legal error on the appeal A, ground A.
Sorry, I need to take you through that. It's quite complicated.
Yes, in the High Court proceedings, the judge was told by Mr. O'Connor that the results of the change of use causes less than substantial harm, and we're in the territory of paragraph 202 of the NPPF. This witness is coming along to speak about the public benefits of the change of use being alleged by the local authority without prejudice to our case it's established in the group, being alleged regarding the display of art installations. If you, broaching paragraph 202, weigh the harm that the local authority are relying on against the benefits identified by Mr. Froman, identified by Mr. Hart, identified by the witness, and then subtract because of criminality associated with beach house, that would be a legal error. In my respectful submission, the beach house is not full, and the equation that you're looking at and the balancing exercise you're looking at is in the confines of the two enforcement exercises. We're absolutely agreed on that. And the theoretical question, which is, does the balance of factors alter if you throw in criminality? The witness says it depends on context, and he would say that the balance of factors is going to alter if you throw in criminality, because it's going to alter the balancing, isn't it? But it's not the factor that's thrown in here.
I'm still confused. So I'm not going to openly admit that.
Well, perhaps we can park that issue.
The point that you're making is that my job on this is there harm? There is harm. Weigh that against the benefits of art. That's my decision to take. What you're saying is that if I then reduce whatever benefits I may find because of the issue of criminality, that's legally wrong.
That's right.
Right. So I'll expect that point to be made in the closing submission. So if you disagree, I expect that point to be made in the closing submission. And I can go away and think about it because I can't deal with this on the spot.
Just the idea that you can't take into account whether or not someone is flouting criminal.
Sorry, what are you doing? What are you doing?
You're making notes.
I don't know who you might be talking to on there, but I don't understand.
This is just a word process.
Okay, right, fine. As long as someone's not feeding you whatever question at the beginning, I'm entirely avoid. Right, so the dispute between you is you're saying it's wrong for me to reduce the benefits of art because it's a criminal offence, and Mr. Begley would disagree.
I say you can take it
Can take it into account. Just sit there for a minute. I'm going to make note of that. Make sure I understand it. It's quite strange. This is not sort of run-of-the-mill enforcement stuff that I should do every other day at work. Unauthorised dwellings and taxi cabs and shisha lounges and that kind of. This is really quite strange. So forgive me if I feel a little bit out of my usual area of life.
Get me some water.
That's a fair request. It's a bit odd that there isn't water provided really for the inquiry. So if anyone is feeling uncomfortable with some water or whatever, now is a good time to do that whilst I am frantically making the point. That's fine. That's fine.
You don't need to do that. Council will tomorrow. Yes, please. I was at a civil inquiry in Wakefield and the council managed to produce water for witnesses there. But okay.
So what I am noting is that the dispute between parties is that the council take the view that the criminality should be taken into account in considering benefits, and the appellant is leading on to do that.
We can, yes, an undertaking can sort it out. The fact is that the beach house is not before you, and of course it's part of the history. You can't just blank it out like it's not there. But in terms of the use of the premises and the planning merits of the use of the premises for display of art, and the effect that has on the conservation, maybe my only friend just disagree as to what weight you give it, because I'm saying that to subtract from our case because there's an element of criminality involved is wrong. And my only friend,
No, I finally grasped that. I mean, I would say, having read the previous inspector's decision, this is not an indication of what I'm going to do in the case, because I have not made my mind up at all what I'm doing with this case. But I've read the previous inspector's comments, and as can happen in planning appeals, I could disagree with a colleague. I can come to a different view of what he said, and I would have to explain that in my decision. I've noted about green wall and how, were I to allow the green wall, that would affect the setting of the beach house, and then circumstances may change, and you may find that the appellant puts in an application to retain the beach house because of the change in setting. I've taken all that on board. So, this is going on in the background. And really, in a case like this, where you've got all these different facets to it, all these different grounds and stuff, I've got no idea how I'm going to join the dots between them. So I've gone away and thought about it for several days.
the classic case is a very big Irish Travellers encampment, the other side of Basildon, where the High Court judge was weighing the public interest in achieving the best interests of the children, while their parents were in breach of the criminal law. And what the High Court judge said as a matter of policy, the importance of criminal law has to be upheld. But that's not an issue that's detracting from the merit of the appellant's case in relation to these two appeals.
The thing for me, I'll say this now, is, the evidence before the previous inspector is inevitably different to the evidence which is before me. So the previous inspector's comments on whatever he's commented on may look different to my view. And that's just the way that's how planning works, that's how planning appeals work. So people can run along with an assumption that the second inspector's going to come to exactly the same conclusion as the first one. That may not be the case.
As a matter of policy, I would see criminality
Sorry, say that last one again, criminality.
If criminality is involved, it has to affect the balance of factors, doesn't it? If there's criminality involved, it has to be relevant. But there isn't in allowing appeal A or allowing appeal B. There isn't any criminality at all.
Okay, Mr. Bentham.
So it's hard. Now that we know what the difference is between the two parties, I need to ask you a question just to get your answer about it. And when I asked you said it would affect your approach to evaluating the cultural benefits. And so my follow-up question is that if someone is deliberately in relation to works on flouting the criminal, that is something which should weigh adverse, should weigh against them, not in their favour.
Not necessarily.
Well, that's clear. Now, in relation to the benefits that you have identified, that's paragraph 12 of your proven evidence. In relation to the safety of PLUs and pedestrians, you're not exhibiting any kind of governance, anything that deals specifically with level in the immediate
I didn't know I was required to, but that data is available if you'd like to find it. The police have, I think it's called Operation Kraken, and it's Operation Kraken, that's the Metropolitan Police specific task force looking at the problem of canal side crime because it is such a growing problem.
And the area that we are most concerned with around the premises now there is lit, correct?
I don't believe it's lit.
Well, we can give our evidence in relation to that. In relation to the next point you raised, which is the careers of young designers, we get back to this being a prize that has so far given out 5 the competitions given 5 prizes. My understanding is the prizes are £25,000 or thereabouts. So that's the, as it were, the extent of that benefit to 5 individual architects, or
No, the extent of the benefit is far greater than the cash prize.
Just a second, so the prize of £25,000, and that is excluding costs of the installation of the structure, that's like a separate thing, is that right?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
My understanding is it includes construction costs.
Can I help out? So, okay, that's probably going to be a question for Mr. Gray later. Okay.
But I think that the witness was just finishing his answer about the extent of the prize.
Yeah, the extent of the prize is far more valuable than cash because we live in a country that is notoriously conservative when it comes to the aesthetic and architectural, the aesthetic possibilities of architecture. And so for a young designer, whether they come from an art background or an architecture background or some hybrid, to be able to build something with a fairly unconstrained and liberated brief is gold dust. And you can tell it's gold dust because when they build these things, they go viral. They're published all over the world. It's very exciting to see contemporary architecture made without the burden of kind of conservative constraints that are so associated with British contemporary architecture. Similar things that we get in Hyde Park, a certain type of building, which each year is this very special, very unique structure that is a half art, half architecture hybrid. And it's become a kind of talisman for that sector. I think the Antipodean program is doing something similar in East London on a lower budget, but still being able to kind of accomplish that kind of global platform for the people who want that.
So again, in relation to that, you've given us a couple of examples in your evidence, but you're not pointing to any documentary to support that about which beyond what's growing. That's not what's speaking yourself, you're not producing any evidence of that.
Well, other than that, I have explained that they have been published around the world as far as Japan, and that there have been TV news clips about them, but it has made a tremendous impact, not just on local people, but on kind of wider intellectual discussions about the overlap of architecture.
In relation to the surveys which you just mentioned, are you aware of whether or not that seeks to take planning permission prospectively on an annual basis to undertake its activities?
I have many criticisms to make of the survey plan, but I'm not an expert in that process.
So you don't know. I don't. In relation to the promotion of young designers within Anthony Pavilion, Jamie Shaw was the winner in relation to shots. Do you happen to know roughly how old was the shortlist?
I've never met Jamie, and I think I left the Architecture Foundation at the same time as he was appointed. So,
well, I can just grab later.
But I mean, it's important to understand that architecture, because of this kind of difficulty to get your foot in the door, it can take a long time to really kind of make it as an architect. So often in the industry, you can be referred to as a young architect even in your 50s. And this is something that's happened throughout the 20th century. Some of the greatest architects only really become great, only really get good jobs in other professions we see as late career. But in architecture, you can be young for a long time.
Well, just to shoot a little bit further, my understanding of Mr. Short is 62, perhaps a little longer than that now. The fault of your board is that there might be young people who are being propelled to success as a result of anti-mobility. If you start to suggest that in fact these young people embrace people in their 40s, even in their 50s, doesn't that dilute the force of your point just a little?
I mean, you could substitute the word for maybe emerging or underrepresented or overlooked designs. It's not really about the age, it's about the quality of the ideas. And for whatever reason, that quality of ideas has been overlooked by the industry. Sometimes it takes a program like the Anti-Pavilion to discover those talents, even if they've been overlooked for several decades. So actual chronological age is not the most important thing.
So you said, instead of young, you could refer to them as emerging or overlooked, something else.
Underrepresented.
It was your phrase, but young designers.
Yeah, well, predominantly the winners of the program have been very early 30s, late 20s. But that doesn't have to be that way always.
In relation to temporary installations, in the spectrum of need to view about this really is a planning judgment, there's quite a bit of leading light in relation to this. I just want to ask you the questions that were in the abstract. How many years does something have to be in a place, in your opinion, before it is not temporary?
In my opinion, the Festival of Britain was a temporary exhibition of architecture. It's all still there. A lot of it's still there. And that was 60 years ago.
Well, exactly right. So in your program, temporary potentially
Well, that's not my opinion. It's a reality that sometimes structures are built on a temporary basis, but they are so cherished or so successful that they become permanent installations.
So far as your evidence, and in fact above us, seems to draw a comparison between the Anti-Pavilion and the Turner Prize. Without going through the details, it's probably better to recognise that the Turner Prize has a very distinguished pedigree, I think, going back to the 1980s, and that the status of the jurors in relation to the Turner Prize might be thought to be slightly different from those who are judging the Anti-Pavilion on a yearly basis.
I wouldn't necessarily make that characterization. If we look at some of the jurors who have participated in the generally speaking, the judges who have participated in the Anti-Pavilion program are predominantly extremely senior stature. We're talking about people with OBEs, people who are members of the Royal Academy, people who are the architecture critics for national newspapers, people who have themselves won the Turner Prize, people who have designed the 7/7 Memorial. This is an extraordinarily accomplished and senior committee that is assembled each year.
Okay, let's go through some things, because you're reporting sort of that. Anti-Pavilion jury, I think this was probably from last year. Valerie Easton, embarrassing.
Well, okay. So my opinion on what makes a good jury is a mix. You want to have luminaries, and you want to have people who are more representative of wider community, and that's important.
We're going to go through it. Valerie Easton, embarrassing, as far as I remember the judgment.
So where are you reading from?
It's not, yes, you have a point that's going to be there. The Turner Prize has come up in a number of groups of evidence that's on behalf of the implication, not explicitly, but there is an implication that there is a level of similarity between this prize and the Turner Prize. And unless you're there, it's not going to be
The Anti-Pavilion is trying to do something different, I would argue better than the Turner Prize, but that doesn't mean they're not comparable. They're not trying to emulate each other.
but I asked you about the status of the judging panel.
Okay.
As one question. Right. Ignace Frodo, who is here, who will be giving some evidence, is one of the recent judges. Correct? And do you know this? An artist, tenant of Mr. Gray? On the panel? You just say yes or no if you don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Sorry, but from the answers you're being earlier, I might have the impression that you didn't know.
I think you're asking me about jurors who've been appointed since I left the Architecture Foundation. I have a good knowledge of the jurors who were there while I was at the Architecture Foundation, but recent jurors who have speak to.
Well, perhaps I can't take this up with my points and then Mr. Gray. Sorry, I had the impression that you actually knew.
But maybe I
members
will.
of the jury.
You know, I'm happy to highlight some of the jurors who I did work with and what their qualifications are. That would be helpful.
We start on that basis. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Cocking, any questions in re-evaluation? Well, just on that last point, actually, sorry, my questions first. Mr. Harper, the use of the word billion, not an artist. Can you just help me why that word is used?
Well, yeah, it's a word that is often used around the world in association with this kind of mix of art and architecture. So that is, I guess, why we used it.
So it's to recognise, is it some kind of hybrid between art and architecture? Because you wouldn't refer to a sculpture as a pavilion, presumably.
We might do if it was pavilion-like. I think the vocabulary that we have available to describe buildings and sculptures inherently struggles to capture the full variety of installations that are made, but generally pavilion is a term that is used in a kind of loose way to mean a structure that maybe you can go inside, that has some artistic qualities, but also has some structural qualities. So it always, it's a good word for getting at that kind of sweet spot that is part of the artwork, but also part of the architectural.
Yeah, thank you, that's helpful.
If you think of the Venice Biennale, this big art festival that happens every 2 years in Venice, in the Giardini, which is the main garden of that art exhibition, all the art is presented within pavilions. Often there's an interesting relationship between the architecture and the art. So that's what I mean by like it's a widely used term in this sector.
Thank you. You talked in a brief about open house weekend in September and the board attracting 1,000 visitors. You refer to this as a fantastic achievement when so many other buildings experiencing lower turnouts. And this is 2020, so pandemic context. Do you have a view on why that turnout was in that context?
I think that Londoners are inherently curious about the built environment. That's why in a normal year, about 250,000 people come to the Open House Festival. That year, because of the pandemic, obviously it was far smaller, but but we still managed to put on a bike festival, and it was great to hear after the event that the antiquarians and the kind of complex as a whole had attracted quite a large crowd. And I think that's because people were, wanted to see it, they wanted to understand it, they wanted to explore and see these things and experience those spaces because they recognised their value.
You seem to be drawing a contrast between this venue and open house and other open house venues, or am I not interpreting that correctly? I'm wondering if you're saying there's something special about this site.
Yeah, I mean, open house has lots of different kinds of buildings in it, like small flats, huge government buildings, and the one thing I'm most excited about draw the biggest crowds. And I think the fact that 1,000 people turned up to have a look at the London Wall shows how excited people were to go and have a look at that.
I'm trying to pinpoint what's the cause of the excitement, if there is one.
Well, it would be the extensive public art program that is on view on the roof, and the fame of that program that I've alluded to through media coverage.
You refer to, you say, I have experienced firsthand difficulty underinvestment in facilities and infrastructure along much below the canal. What do you mean by facilities and infrastructure?
Well, without getting too graphic about it, if you live on a boat, all of your services have to come from shore to the boat, and the waste needs to go from the boat to the shore. And it's a kind of widely documented phenomenon. In London, there's way fewer facilities than there are people.
Just all that really basic things,
yeah, water, sewerage, bins, lighting, electricity, basic utilities. Now, that's an inherent problem, but in a way the bigger problem that is caused by that is that the places on the canal that feel the safest are the ones where there are clusters of facilities, where you can fill your water tank up, where you can empty your toilet and so on. And this means that in other parts of the canal it can feel a bit desolate, because there aren't enough boaters around to make you feel safe. There's not enough going on in the public realm near that canal to make it feel like a sort of animated active part of town. So I guess the point I was trying to make there is that although the docks haven't put in water points, by putting public art into that space, they enliven the area. And that makes it feel safe. People feel more comfortable to moor their boat there. They feel just a little bit more like this is a place, this is a character, I'm not sort of at risk by mooring here, which is important when boaters continue to be such a kind of marginalised group who are often victims of crime.
And you say much of the region today remains unlit by underground facilities for its community. When you say its community, do you mean boaters, or do you mean?
I principally mean boaters, but I also just mean pedestrians who are walking along the canal, whether at night or in the day. It's not bins. There are large stretches of the canal which feel quite scary, especially at night, but also in the day.
And then you say, Britain is well known for European countries being a difficult place to practice as a non-architect. You then say risk aversion among potential clients and generally conservative set of national tastes and limited potential of architecture inhibits young guys from establishing themselves. Is there anything else, or is that your key point about why it's difficult to practice as a young architect?
I mean, there are clearly big political factors in there, which is particularly difficult. European countries have generous student loans and grants, the cost of housing, the cost of living are lower in other places. But those factors banks are clearly not within the power of the site to deal with, but what they were doing is at least making sure that there was one commission a year where a young architect or an emerging architect could have a shot at designing something with genuine, vivacious artistic potential without being subject to the kind of conservatism that dogs the artistic potential of architecture in this country.
Then later you refer to exciting architecture, in particular the Bridge Academy. Can you tell me why you described it as exciting?
Okay, so the Bridge Academy is by a practice called BDP. It's just to the west of the site in question. It's a very interesting building. It has two parts. One is a kind of enormous sloping atrium with a kind of high-tech membrane over it. The other is a separate theatre, which kind of looks like a giant wooden ball almost. And I think there's a connecting bridge between those two structures. So it's extraordinarily impressive, extraordinarily kind of gregarious arrival on the side of the canal. And not everyone likes a ride back. I think it's good to have architecture that is trying to do something more than the kind of bare minimum.
Okay. And then finally, in terms of the public benefits, can public benefits be quantified, or are they really a matter of it's a qualitative thing?
It would depend on the benefit. So clearly some benefits can be quantified, like the number of free ballet performances that can be staged over a year, or the number of people who experience those ballet performances. That can be clearly quantifiable thing. But how great is that ballet? How much is it affected or moved the people who've watched it? Is much more of a qualitative thing. So I think inherently the question of benefit is a mix of quantitative and qualitative. I mean, going to the testimony earlier, there was a question of whether an average of 10 a day was high enough as a number of visitors. I would say it's not really about the number, it's about the experience of the visitor. One person can be moved by a piece of art in such a way that it changes their life. And potentially that's a more valuable benefit than 10 people not getting moved very much, 1,000 people getting moved very much.
So people being moved by like an emotional response to art and whatever form. Thank you. Right, questions and re-examination.
Yes, first of all, just on the neighbouring property, if the witness could be referred to Appendix 16, page 503, please, picture. 503, I've got it.
Yeah.
What do you see there?
Just a second, and graphic. 503.
Yeah, okay, so here we can see several of the rooftop structures. You see,
What's behind?
that's the Bridge Academy, that's the school that I've been referring to.
Well, one of the questions that the planning authority put to the inspector is because there's a difference in between where the boundary of the conservation area is, then we're not looking at the rooftop or the use of the rooftop for display of art in the context of the building next door. Do you think it's right to ignore the building next door, or do you think that's part of the context of the site?
The Bridge Academy has an enormous impact on the area. I think you can see it from lots of different sides, from the road, from two roads, and from the canal side. So it has to be taken into account considering the context of the area. It's such an enormous and striking presence in that part of Hoxton.
Right. The next question that I have is that the inspector was asking you in the context of your paragraph 9 in the proof, it talks about a set of national tastes. Now, if the inspector doesn't want to incorporate into his decision any value judgment about national tastes, and he disagrees in classifying it as conservative, we'd rather swerve that one as to how you classify it. A mixed set of national tastes, for example, he goes with. That there are those, a mixed set, because you can't generalize about people's views. He parts company with your generalization. When you answered the inspector, you were saying that there's the artistic potential. You were using the word docked, but could the inspector, instead of putting it in terms of the negative, put it in terms of the positive, and see the potential being facilitated? Just dropping the conservative set of values, but is there still a role for this site, even if the inspector doesn't share your view that national tastes are conservative?
I think I'll try and answer it. If I've misunderstood the question, maybe I can come clear. Yes, there are loads of examples of where something maybe surprising has been built, either as a piece of art or a piece of architecture, or both, and that has been an enormously good thing, and no one would want to backtrack on that decision. So, of course, there are examples where we can kind of transcend a dominant text, and so I'm not trying to argue that conservative national tastes are a good thing. I'm just saying that it is frequently the case that emerging architects, in particular, struggle to accomplish work that is avant-garde.
I suppose how important is it for there are opportunities to do so? How important is it to have? Is there a public benefit in them having an opportunity?
Yeah, I think there's an enormous public benefit in providing opportunities for emerging talents to show us something. I mean, clearly there's a benefit for them as individuals in that they want to make a name for themselves, they want to build a career, and that will have benefits for others. But I think there's a public benefit, and it is often in the avant-garde that we find the most promising ideas about the future. So, for example, I think first antipavilion that I worked on, which was by Puck, and was called HVAC, used recycled Tetra Pak as its cladding material, which is a really sort of interesting thing to do in this context of climate emergency. We're all trying to think about ways to use resources more efficiently, and construction and architecture accounts for about 40% in the case of carbon emissions. So our sector is desperate for new good ideas that can unlock solutions about how to build during a climate emergency. And so that's just one example of where having a program that's prepared to commission something unusual, like a Tetra Pak clad artistic pavilion, can not only have a positive impact on people in that country, but have a wider impact on how the industry as a whole approaches the challenge of climate change.
And lastly,
you said something that I couldn't actually talking quite fast. Sorry. You said it's in the avant-garde that we find.
I mean,
ideas for the future.
Ideas for the most promising ideas for the future. And that really is, that's the story of art and architecture throughout the 20th century, is that the trailblazers do something extraordinary, do something surprising, do something that defies what national tastes, but then that becomes the mainstream because it's such a good idea that it catches on.
And the point about temporary is that if the inspector feels that no individual, if I can call it mutually, structure, is displayed externally for more than 15 months, or just an arbitrary period of time, would that give the architects, the young designers, the artists involved sufficient showcasing opportunity? I mean, you talked about a 60-year example. I'm just talking about whether the public benefits would still be there if the duration was time limited, because the inspector wanted the authority to have a better control over anything that stays there longer, and wanted to impose a time limit. Does that detract from the public benefits, or would there be sufficient opportunity if it was there for 15 months or 12 months? Might be.
That would feel like a very good compromise, potentially, is that there is some kind of time limit. But I mean, it would depend on the circumstances. Sometimes something so good when it is made that you want to keep it forever.
But if the inspector's right, then the local planning authority would agree to a subsequent application, but it would still be a possibility that there would be monitoring checks and balances for a longer duration piece.
Yeah.
All right, the last issue is to do with the pedigree of the judges. My learned friend's closing submission to the inspector is that Mr. Harper hopelessly exaggerates the quality of the anti-pavilion awards, because he makes a comparison that doesn't stand scrutiny. Just look at who the judges were recently. And you were just about to answer about the pedigree of the judges of the anti-pavilion awards. And I'd just like you to either to expand on who the judges were, which you started talking about, and you were interrupted. You were talking about members of the Royal Academy, members of OBE, 7-7. If you could just go through the people that you had in mind.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think that a good jury is always one that comprises a mixed backgrounds, mixed ages. So in my time working for the Architecture Foundation, I was particularly involved in appointing those juries, and we were always trying to get a broad selection of people. But within that, we were also trying to get people who had some status. And maybe I can mention a couple of the juries to kind of give a sense of that. So we had, for example, Camille Lala, who is an artist.
Can we just spell the surname?
Walala, Walala. And you'll probably recognize her work because she's become quite famous now, and she sort of paints facades in this kind of technicolor manner. Very recently was in the news because she did a big installation at the Design Museum related to the first part of their museum to open after the pandemic. We had Andy Grork, who is a co-founder of Carmody Grork. G-R-O-A-K-E.
Sorry,
G-R-O-A-K-E.
And just identify him.
So he is a co-founder of the architecture practice Carmody Grork, who are very well regarded, and they designed the 7/7 Memorial. It's a particular example of sort of the canopy around Macintosh's Hill House in Scotland. I think they did the studio for Anthony Gormley, so particularly sought after in the art architecture world. Another example is James Binning, who is one of the members who won the Turner Prize. He's James Binning, B-I-N-N-I-N-G. He's a member of Assemble, who were an architecture and art company who won the Turner Prize a few years ago, and who are currently doing the what's called the Festival of Brexit. They're leading one of those big public art projects for the government. It had Beth Hughes, who's head of architecture at the Royal College of Art. So again, another example of someone who's straddled both as well, who's quite senior in them. Mary Duggan, co-founder of a practice called Duggan Morris. Now she's an architect and set up a new practice. They've done really substantial work at King's Cross, and she has a long-standing collaboration with artists, in particular Nigel Peake, who's done a residency at her office. Ellis Woodman, who is he's the architecture critic for the Telegraph newspaper, but he's also a trustee of, I forget their name, but they provide artist studio space. But he's someone who is very senior in the architecture world, but he also is kind of a sought after curator and thinker about that intersection of art.
The inspector was asking you about people coming along to the appeal site on open house. Does it say anything for the fact that the under one roof that people working out of there have exhibitions at Royal Academy, won the Turner Prize? What does that say?
It says a number of things. It says that London has a chronic problem in that we don't provide enough space for art and for artists. And so the spaces that we do provide, the appeal site is one of those spaces, are very precious, and that great things can come out of those spaces unprovided. I suspect it also speaks to the quality of the spaces and the quality of the public programming that spins out from that site. That you have had, I think, people like Rachel Whiteread, Turner Prize winner, Helen Martin, another Turner Prize winner, Rachel Whiteread. She did those like casts of houses in the East End. Helen Martin, more recently. So yes, I think.
And does display of art sit alongside? Does display of art, the use of the land for displaying art, sit alongside that?
Yeah, I think that's partly why now very famous artists have enjoyed working at the site. Is it wasn't just a shed where you could put art, make art, but it had a kind of public program that sat alongside or on top as well. And part of what makes it a very special place to create art, I think.
Thank you. No further questions.
Right, it's definitely time for a lunch break. I'm happy to document and digest over the lunch break as provided today. I'm inclined to take an hour for lunch. It's a bit of a break. It's at 2:40. So I should say, because of something else going on, I have to finish by 5 o'clock today, probably. If that helps. And I've got flexibility on the other days, but just not today. I think I can't sit later than 5 o'clock. Right, I'll turn now until 2:40. Mr. Randall Page, dial in.
Those two. It's not just there, it's there as well.
Right, welcome back, everybody. I just want to pick up on the document 3, the version notice that the council has wording the allegation. Mr. Coughlin, have you had a chance to read this?
I have indeed. I haven't had a chance to take instructions. I've been concentrating on the later evidence this afternoon. I can see what it says.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'd like to part my point really regarding the until I've had a chance to properly discuss it with my client.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. I didn't know if I would ask indeed. I might do that now to plant the seed in case there's anything else that might need attention. It says residential, but it doesn't tell me how many dwellings, if indeed they are dwellings, and it seems to me that it would be sensible if it did specify how many dwellings there are. If it's agreed that they are actually dwellings, they appear to me to be dwellings. There was a comment yesterday that suggested it might be something else, but I don't know if that was town or what dwellings.
But I need to discuss it.
Okay. And then the phrase artist studios. I wonder if that could be clearer, given the way the cases have been presented. It appears to me it's about production of art. Maybe it's exactly the same thing, but in my experience, artist studios can be construed in quite different ways to mean different things. And I wonder if there's a clearer way.
It's a workspace, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, if you ask different planners what's an artist studio, some will point to a dwelling and say it's an artist studio, and some will point to what's very clearly a workspace with no dwelling and say it's something else. So I wonder if that just needs a bit more fluid. That's my immediate reaction to what I've seen, and that's not sort of an expression of my final decision. It's just something I'd like to go to think about.
It's very important because of what neighbours might expect in terms of occasional banging. If you've got a light industrial use for production of art, and you have, you know, the sort of activity that might take place under the arches, with a bit of banging going on because they're building something. Whereas if they have a concept from reading the decision, it's an artist studio, they might have a complete misunderstanding as to what they've got next door.
Anyway, I'll leave you to think about it and we'll revisit that point. And then the plan, has anyone on the outside looked at the plan? That's revised.
See, it's much more accurate than the earlier one was.
Much more accurate, as in it's accurate.
I've got to take instructions.
Okay, right. I'll leave with you to talk about it.
The question is really whether it's made clear that it's a separate planning unit. I've got to work that one out in my own submissions. It seems to me to be like an annex or a in the case law we've had primary use in a building and then some sort of lean-to or a shed outside of the building. And the question is whether or not it's identified as a separate.
My thinking is whether it covers the land affected by the alleged breach. That's what I'm getting at. Yes. Right, we'll come back to that then. The rationale for the two notices document, I have some queries, but I haven't figured out what my queries are exactly, but I'm still pondering that. The London Plan document.
Well, my immediate reading of it was that I don't know whether the planning authority were aware that what they saw in 2019 was a display of an art installation, which is how they described it in their August 2020 report, knowing at the time of the service of the enforcement notice in 2019 that Potemkin and we visit cinema showings have taken place. I'm unclear from that as to whether they regarded Notice 1 as being concerned with displays of art. I just don't know. No. Because they didn't allege change of use. We infer because they knew what was going on, which was the installation of art displays. That's the whole discussion we're having, whether it is art. I think Mr. Dye would have them as just buildings. So I've got to take instructions.
Yeah, I think we're on not understanding patterns, and so clarity, if it could be obtained by simply asking the other side now, would be welcome.
They might need to think about it. Right, well, we'll come back to that. I haven't really digested what is said in this note yet. It's good, but we'll come back to it. So where do we go next? We go into the next piece, Mr. Butcher. Mr. Butcher is a voice of opinions and yeah.
So I would err on the side of taking an affirmation in order for more weight to be given on factual matters. He says I'm unclear as to whether or not he will go into factual matters. And since he's here and you're there, it's so easy to achieve.
Switch if you could stand, please. Repeat after me, please. I, Matthew Butcher, do solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So for those listening, Mr. Butcher, could you say your name and who you are?
Should I read my personal background?
Fine.
My name is Matthew Butcher and I'm a designer and academic working across the fields of architecture and art. During my career, which has spanned 17 years, I've worked for nationally and internationally renowned architectural practices, including Arab Engineers, London, John Lyle Architects, London, and Zabra and Hutton, Berlin. I also hold the positions of Associate Professor of Architecture at the Bartlett School, University College London, and Visiting Professor at the School of Architecture, General University. Additionally, I've taught architecture at the University of Nottingham, the University of Greenwich, Chelsea College of Art, and Umea University in Sweden. My own design work and research has been exhibited in locations including Jervis Space London, Architectural Association London, Royal Academy of Arts London, the Architecture Foundation London, Storefront for Architecture New York, Prague Quadrennial Prague, the V&A Museum London, Antipavilion London, and Better Project London. Key built projects of mine include Riddle Crawley, a radio station in Essex in 2012, which is exhibited as a temporary radio station located in the grounds of Riddle College near Chelmsford in Essex. The project, including a curated series of radio broadcasts, was named as one of the best cultural highlights of that year in the internationally renowned magazine Art Forum.
Also included is Flood House, a floating architecture for South End, and the Mansio retreat for writers and poets that travelled to sites along Hadrian's Wall in the summer of 2016, and was nominated for the 2017 Architects' Journal Small Projects Prize. I've also collaborated with internationally renowned artists including Pablo Bronstein and Dario Martin. Collaborating with Pablo Bronstein, I developed a set design for Alan Capro's 18 Happenings in 6 parts, which part of the exhibition moved choreographed new art and dance since the 1960s at the Hague Gallery in London. I was also the head designer on artist Dario Martin's retrospective exhibition Sensorium Tests at the MK Gallery in Milton Keynes in 2012. In addition to my exhibited and built work, I was recently appointed as editor on a special issue of architectural design titled Reimagining the Avant-Garde, Revisiting the Architecture in the 1960s and 70s, and edited the book Expanding Fields of Architecture Discourse and Practice, curated works from the Pear Journal, published by UCL Press. I've also contributed articles and papers to the architectural journals including Conditions, Architecture Research Quarterly, the RBA Journal, and Architecture Today. I'm also founding member and editor of the architectural journal Pear, paper for emerging architectural research. This statement explains my support for the work of Anti-Pavilion generally. It comments on the temporary roof structures and art installations at Columbia Wharf that have been constructed as well as on the annual Anti-Pavilion competition. I consider that the initiative set up as the Anti-Pavilion competition that since 2007 has resulted in a series of temporary structures has become an important part of the national and international architecture and arts calendar. It provides vital support for young artists and architects to test and realise their ideas in built form, a platform that is increasingly difficult for these groups and individuals to find in an urban context. The structures that have been selected and installed are exceptional representations of the vibrant and visionary ideas that younger artists and architects are attempting to explore and should be considered of high aesthetic and conceptual merit. The pavilions have also attempted to engage directly with issues of sustainability and in particular the use of recycled and recyclable materials, a fact that must become increasingly intrinsic with all forms of expression of architectural discipline. The pavilions and the events associated with them have also benefited the identity and culture of the local area. Hackney is an area known globally as a creative hub for many industries, particularly those associated with art and design. Anti-Pavilion is an important element of this rich cultural tapestry, which continues to enhance incalculably the reputation of the Borough of Hackney and London as a whole. The Anti-Pavilion programme can clearly be seen to have added significance to the vibrant and creative energies that exist in East London, and its reputation has quickly spread nationally and internationally. A key criteria of the Anti-Pavilion competitions has always been that the structures must engage directly and creatively with the specific physical, aesthetic, and historic conditions of their site. To elaborate, these installations do not distract or undermine the existing context, but heighten a specific awareness of its characteristics. Although they do not all have a specific stylistic resonance with the existing 20th century warehouses and industrial vernacular of the disparate existing buildings at Hoxton Docks, they all seek to engage with the site conceptually, formally, and historically. We can see this with Pups Architects' anti-pavilion design titled HVAC from 2017, a structure that mimicked a ventilation or extraction stack in a reference to the industrial form and history of the site. The project also sought to resonate and celebrate the core building components that support the coiling and heating of buildings that are visually integral to the character of London's urban rooftop landscape. The work in this respect belongs to a history of architecture and site-specific artworks that are sited on urban rooftops. Specifically, HVAC resonates with the seminal work, Water Tower from 1998, by Tanner Prize-winning artist Rachel Whiteread. On the top of the roof is former studio at Hoxton's Docks it stood. Whiteread's work, like HVAC, reference to an air conditioning unit, also celebrates a key rooftop building component, in this case the distinctive New York rooftop water towers that are ubiquitous in that US city. It did this by creating a permanent cast of one of the towers in resin and is considered among one of her best works. We also see how the Anti-Pavilion works have a clear architectural relationship with the site in Mage Swift's contribution to the series titled Potemkin Theatre, which was erected on the Columbia Wharf Route. This project brought attention and utilised one of the unused and flat roof spaces of the site, spaces that are again ubiquitous in industrial buildings. It did this by creating a unique and innovative urban cultural oasis to rest and view the canal and skyline of the city. It also provided a site for a short season of performances and events. Both of these interventions, like all those commissioned by the Anti-Pavilion competition, seek to draw attention to and celebrate the complex urban topography, aesthetic, and history of the Hoxton Docks site, not just to recreate or copy it. In this way, the works constructed through Anti-Pavilion and the wider project they represent do not distract from or disregard the existing buildings and surrounding context. Rather, they enhance the experience and knowledge of them, and the history and evolution as utilitarian buildings with no architectural pretensions, but representing the industrial past of an area in which such evidence is rapidly disappearing. In conclusion, the antebellums and their fleeting presence exist as a unique site of architectural endeavour and experiment that has no real parallel globally. Because of this, I would urge Hackney Council and the Planning Inspectorate to consider the benefits and respect that the venture has brought not only to Hackney, but even to London, but to the global architectural and arts community.
So the planning authority think the appeal site shouldn't be used for the display of art installations. And the appellant argues in relation to the history of it happening in the site, which we're not talking about in your evidence, but looking forward, if the inspector has to decide whether the benefits of using the appeal site outweigh any harms, given the importance of national policy and natural statutory provision, it's actually preserving and enhancing conservation areas. When it comes to making that balance, how important is it, in your opinion, regarding the public benefits in this urban location of displays of art installations?
I would say it's very important, I think, for my discipline and my beliefs of what the discipline of architecture can be.
And why is that?
Because I think it offers a testing ground to explore, I think this is very much what Finn Harper was saying, explore ideas without necessarily the constraints of that are imposed by complex briefs or complex economics of more traditional forms of development or architecture generally in the city. And giving people the freedom to explore ideas such as to test the material, which is potentially offers a way for us to think more sustainably about architecture. I would say that is very rare.
And how would that be achieved if those who enter into the competition seeking to win the award knew that the opportunity to showcase would be time limited? Do you think that that would destroy it, or do you think they'd still have a chance, that the purpose would still be fulfilled?
I think it would very much be fulfilled. I mean, I think some of the, again, I don't want to repeat what Finn was saying, but I think that some of the most important works of architecture have been temporary, but some of those works have been re-evaluated and rebuilt. I mean, I think about Mies's Barcelona Pavilion was, a temporary structure in Barcelona, with key, you could argue, key examples of modernism, and that was demolished and they rebuilt it. So I think it's not a problem that's temporary, but it then opens up possibilities of what it means if it becomes permanent, I suppose.
And one of the questions that we're in the dark about is whether the first enforcement notice here describing Potemkin Theatre, as it was then, as a building in the way that it's a building operation, whether that's part of it. Can you help the inspector on the issue of the interface in between whether it's art, a display of art, or whether it's just a structure?
I think it's sometimes very difficult to distinguish the relationship between art and architecture, and it is a debate which rages and it's raged for hundreds of years. I personally am of the opinion that they are two disciplines which are intrinsically linked and intrinsically support each other. I think it being valued as an art installation is perfectly legitimate. I think the word installation itself comes from a history of practice that was primarily done by the combination of artists and architects working in specific sites. So they're intrinsically intertwined, those disciplines.
What about the flood events? Where does that fit?
I am of the consideration that, although I trained as an architect, I have always developed my practice in collaboration with artists and within frameworks that showcase and show art. And it's been important in my own practice because it's about widening the cultural engagement with ideas, whether those are architectural or art. So the Flood House, although it came from me as a designer, it was shown in collaboration with a gallery, it was worked on in collaboration with an artist. I think it is both things. So.
Now, if you could just think about the answer you just gave about the roof of the house, and you started then talking about how people perceive it, and you're saying it engages them in the idea. Could you just unpack that a bit? It provokes an engagement.
Yeah, I suppose that project was also questioning what the use of architecture is, which I think also the anti-biblians do. What role does architecture have in our lives, and what purpose does it fulfill in our daily existence? And on the one hand, architecture it facilitates us to be protected from the weather, but it's also something which is about asking us to think about, or should be about asking us to think about the way we live, or the way we inhabit cities, and the way we experience spaces. And certainly by positioning the Flood House within the environment that I wanted to place it, was ensuring that it was read in that way.
And if the anti-pavilion awards, just putting to one side at the moment, use of internal spaces, perhaps Hackney don't have a problem with that, they haven't said so. If you're thinking about structures on the roof of the appeal site, is there a public benefit in people being triggered into engaging? What's that?
Yeah, I think they're sophisticated cultural endeavours, and I think that the mechanisms that are engaged in the arrival of a finished thing mean that there is a value to them as entities. And I think because of that, anyone engaging with them, whether they dislike them or they love them or they fleetingly see them or they remember them the next day, they have a value because they are about making people think about the city and what the city is and the nature of that environment. Which I think is something that all great architecture and art should do.
And how important is that to us?
I mean, as human beings, I think culture is intrinsic to our lives, and I think to have systems in place that allow us to experience difference is why I live in city, is why I live in this city, is why I live in London, is why I want to engage with things that of encounter which change the way or make me think about where I am and why I'm there. So I think it's very important. Even if validates the position that necessarily I had previously, it's still important.
And in terms of the Flood House, Caroline Rolfe gave evidence this morning. Were you here then?
I heard
All right. She was talking about the excitement at the launch. Can you remember that?
Yeah, I think it was very interesting to see something produced for one context placed into another context and for that to gain another meaning. And I think her reading of it is this remnant of a possible future. I mean, the project is about what the possibilities are, what the fears are for.
Why would it give a different meaning to transfer?
Because originally it was in the water. So originally it floated around the coast of Essex, and it was about tracking the existing flood defence and also allowing people to imagine a possible future of what life might be like if we have to abandon our flood defences. So it sat on the roof of
the appeal site.
Yeah, the site. It was either an arc, actually, we were talking about poetic, it's either an arc that was taking us somewhere else, or it would have been stuck there after the flood was received. So it had a sense of, in the context of where it had been, another meaning, and that was, for me, that was quite important in terms of the meaning.
Does something qualify as an art installation if it provokes people to question in that way?
I don't think that's the only thing that qualifies it, but I think I would say that any artwork or an artistic merit is something that challenges assumptions and asks you to think about why something might be there, or what makes it beautiful or not beautiful, or even ugly. Those questions that we have when we look at something or engage with something, I would say one of the things that justify an artistic.
Well, what Hackney says, we'll just take it down, stop displaying art in this location, and take it somewhere else. Is there some value particularly to this location?
I think it's a very interesting site, and I think its history of, recent history, certainly of supporting artists and art practice, give it a kind of charged position. The fact that when I went to the site and I started to talk to Caroline, it was a sense that I knew that there had people, famous artists had worked here and that had been supported. That's one way the site, I think, has a resonance. I think also urbanistically, I think it's a very interesting place to start to offer up questions about what the city is and what makes the city.
Why?
Because I think that it's a transitory space, so there's a sense of people moving through it. I think there's an interesting correlation between old and new that you're juxtaposed, and certain layers of history that are there that as a designer is very interesting to engage with, and I think it's very interesting for anyone to experience. So I think for those reasons.
And what about the space inside as an experience for somebody coming in, for seeing displays there?
Yeah, when I've been, it's a long time since I've been there, but I personally found it very interesting spatially as a site. When you go into the courtyard, you've got a view through to the canal, and you've got this kind of dynamism that exists there. There's, the correlation between these different types of buildings, different activities. In terms of the art studio, the gallery, I think it's an interesting site.
If you could just wait there, please.
Thank you.
Richard, good afternoon. I'm often asked what the meaning of buildings in the theatre building at both places with the inspector. I just want to ask you a few questions rising out on how you thought about analysed the evidence in your examination. I think we were given to is evidence and it's probably fair to observe that it's not surprising. But a lot of the benefits that you say are identified are very similar to the kinds of benefits that he's identified. So we want to avoid repetition as well in that respect. So we're dealing with the in terms of the lens that you there's no part of your function to think about the development plan and how that might relate to the vision of public art or art in other places. First, I can see the novel, which is helpful, because we've got the recording as well.
So you're saying can you repeat that question?
Yeah, of course, as you will appreciate, Joe, when we're dealing with the plan, Hackney, like other plans, will have a development plan, and then the important part of that plan is to give policy guidance about where to steer particular kinds of development. And circumstances in which public art and other things are promoted. Right? So that's not part of the lens that you've applied to your evidence. It's you looking at it through your specific special discipline.
But they're not I would argue that they're not interdependent. I think that there is an overlap. I think in my position, I'm not, this evidence and my position in this case, in this room, is in a way part of that comment. I'm engaging in those discussions, not specifically as why I use the word generally, about art.
Yeah, well, we're doing something slightly different here, as much as what we're not doing is the process of the creation and development, because there's a separate process you may be aware of that takes place and leads to that result. What this inspector needs to consider is how to apply the results of that exercise to this case, and he does it in a specific set of rules that apply. So that's why you're not coming at it from panic and saying, well, just to give an example, actually I've done a survey of other areas in Hackney which might be said to be places where there's a sense of the old and new being together, or where there's a transitory space because people are moving through it. You're focusing on this specific site, but you're not suggesting that you've done any sort of survey as well, or there might be other area sites that might function as similar to this.
Not a written survey. I think that my experience in the city would allow judgments on what the characteristics of certain spaces. I think also my education and my positioning within the discourse of architecture and discipline of architecture would allow that survey to take place, but I couldn't necessarily put it down in what you might term as a survey quantifying types of bricks or ages of bricks, or a sense of years of particular window frames.
Or potential locations for potential wings of the anti-pavilion, which they vary in terms of their form and structure, where they might be situated, where they might be displayed, and where that might happen, for example, outside of conservation. That's just all I'm seeking to agree with you, and I think we're on the same page, is there's no part of your evidence to do that exercise.
To judge where an anti-pavilion structure goes, or to validate where it might go on that site.
No, to look at potential alternatives.
No, it's not.
And then you also rewind something. You heard me ask Mr. Harper as well about the specific statutory provisions that there are made where alternatives related to the conservation areas and how inspectors need to approach that kind of issue. And it's no part of your analysis when you've looked at what uses the merits of these structures and where they're located, to look at them through the particular prism of what conservation areas and planning will require.
No, not in direct relation to planning.
And in terms of some of the more specific parts of your evidence, that perhaps harking back to this point about provision being made in Hackney, in paragraph 9 of your proof of evidence, you're positively pushing forward, which we would agree with. Hackney is an area that globally as a creative hub for many industries. And so it's an authority which work is forward thinking about how it addresses these issues.
I wouldn't know how much the political authority has or had in the history of the cultural development of Hackney. I don't have a history of Hackney in that way, but I do know and have experienced since I've lived in London all my life. I've lived in Hackney. It is a dynamic cultural place. Sometimes those experiences have had through provisions of formal events, such as things I'm sure the council were involved in, such as events in various parks. Sometimes in things that artists have put on by themselves without necessarily having to apply for legislation.
Now, a couple of things further on in your proof of evidence. You say, paragraph 10, about the anti-pavilion competitions needing to engage directly and creatively with specific physical, aesthetic, and historical considerations of the site. And then you carry on a little later in that paragraph. You say, although they do not all have specific stylistic resonance with the warehouses and industrial vernacular of the disparate existing buildings of Hoxton, they all seem to engage with some concept of formally or historical. But pausing there, which of the structures that we are concerned with would you say do not have specific stylistic resonance with the warehouses?
Which don't have?
Yes. You said they don't all have it, so I'm asking you the other side of that question. Which ones do you positively say don't have that stylistic resonance?
I think you could say that Sharp don't necessarily have a stylistic relationship with the canal, but I think they're using the canal in quite an interesting way in terms of the other frameworks that I've used to describe the physical site. I think also that engages with the aesthetic side, but I wouldn't say it engages with
So you just say that again, sorry?
it doesn't engage with the physical, and I would say that it enhances a kind of experience of the canal aesthetically, but it doesn't necessarily engage with the historical resonance of the 1960s building or the building of the 10th century.
Yeah. So you could show just one example, any other examples?
I would say HVAC definitely does. I think we talked about that. I think that the Potemkin Theatre does. I think there's a kind of a resonance in terms of the use of its geometry that resonates with some of the, both in the 60s building and in some of the brickwork of the existing, the turn of the century warehouses. I can't remember the other anti-pavilion ones, sorry. I have to remind me. Which one's that one?
Sorry.
Oh, that one. I think
Got the help to the
yeah, sorry. I would argue that use of the pontoons has a kind of historical reference to the site. That it was the things that it was sitting on were, and also you could argue that with the sharks as well. They have a resonance with the fact that it's the canal side, the fact that those are normally things that are associated with industrial use.
So you've got both ways in your own shots.
Yeah, I think thinking about it, I would say, yeah, I'd say
well, the reason I asked you the question is that you had it and you recorded it in your group evidence.
Yeah.
What you said was they do not all have specific stylistic resonance. You didn't say such ones.
Oh, okay.
You didn't say
Okay. All right, that's fine.
So the example you gave was shot, but then you see gravel pattern slide. So when you said they don't all have specific stylistic resonance, but ask the question again just for clarity, which ones did you pick? Did you have
Yeah, I in my mind when I was making that sentence, I was thinking directly of patrons, when I was making that sentence, and I was thinking about those having a specific reference to the history of the architecture. In the back of my mind, I was like, well, I can't say they all do because Sharps, I think, is more debatable whether it does. But having said the statement, I think you could argue its position on the is good. But it's, for me, it's not. I'm not trying to justify the fact that they all need historical reference. I think what's that's important about the sentence, they do other things in relationship to that context, which I think are important. Yeah, that's the point.
So you're saying that HVAC and Potemkin do have specific stylistic resonance?
Yeah, I would argue yes.
And is it a fair inference from those two paragraphs that we can read to 10, 11, 12 that you identified the two in HVAC and Potemkin that you thought were the best all showing some specific stylistic resonance?
Yeah, in those terms, yes.
Yeah. And so you obviously thought about Sharps at the same time, you would have thought about Wilson House at the same time as well.
I don't think that's an anti-pavilion, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think you may be getting confused. There are so many houses there, but you may be getting Beach House and Wilson House. But if you can't,
Yeah.
Just then, Nickel House is structure 2, to my understanding. Is that right? Yeah. Because we were talking about the flat earth earlier on, I was thinking.
yeah. I think there were a few things to say. Beach House and Flood House is yours.
Yeah.
So, in relation to the Wilson House, is that something that you had really considered with these paragraphs that we put together?
I would put that in the same category of not having a historical resonance with the site, but certainly dealing with the specific aesthetic and physical qualities, which I think are quite interesting.
So, in terms of the Potemkin Theatre, what is it from your recollection in the design group in particular that pays specific stylistic resonance to the 20th century warehouses?
I think, as I said, I think it's geometries. It's use of the repetition in the rectangle, the that are present within that brick facade.
But I suppose the question I'm asking, it shouldn't become an unfair memory test, but you were referring to the way that these sites were put together and developed in this form. Is that something that you're taking from the development brick? That should sort of after the event, having looked at it anyway, I can see it myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I suppose, I wasn't involved in the Potemkin brief or the writing of that brief, so it's difficult, and I wasn't involved in the competition or how the decisions were being made. I think it's my interpretation. I like to think I have a valid eye when I'm trying to read these things. That's what I read into it, and that's what I enjoyed about it. One of the things I enjoyed about it.
Thank you. That's clear. Now, in relation to water house itself, what you were just telling us.
Which house, sorry?
Flood house.
Flood house. But in relation to flood house, from what you were telling us, that had exposure before it found its way to the soil.
Yeah, very recently, yeah.
So, amongst other things, it had, you told us, it originally floated around Essex. Was it displayed? Do you want to just tell us a bit more about that, how the profile before it happened?
It was a project which, it was moved to a series of sites around the estuary of Essex by Southend Pier, including just adjacent to the pier, and then a couple of other sites in the inlets of the river. It was accompanied by a narrative text by a writer called Joanna Quinn, who imagined the structure inhabited in a kind of near future, where the flood wall that is surrounding most of that Essex coast had been breached by flood, which is a possibility, and then what the landscape would look like and how we might live within that landscape. It was also accompanied by a piece of work by an artist called Ruth Ewan, which had a weather vane on the top, and was a series of public programmes that happened at the gallery, including a talk that I gave with Jess Fernie. School groups were involved discussing the future of the environment in Essex. And which gallery was it? In Southampton. Both. In Southampton.
So your work that had, fair to say, a fair amount of exposure before to thank you very much.
I just had a query, paragraph 11 of your proof, in 49, says, celebrate the all the proposals that support the community.
It's basically a way of describing the air conditioning units, the heating and cooling, blowing hot air or cold air.
So it's cooling. I don't have any questions. Any questions in the examination?
Well, just one or two. The question that was put to you was about the merits of the structures. And on the appeal B, it's actually to do with the use of the land looking forward, not particularly what was there yesterday, as to whether in 5 or 10 years' time, the local people in Hackney walking down the canal are going to see art installations or not. That's the basic point. whether they will be able to engage through the canal doors with arcs described by Caroline Rolfe, and whether that's a plus or whether it's better off that they don't. I'm just wondering, really about, for not just us here, but in terms of future generation, how important is it that you've got somewhere within the canal environment, be it it's in the conservation area, it doesn't tick all the boxes on the development plan. What do you say about the importance of the urban location? Because you were asked about characterising the location. You said you haven't done a comparative study of what other locations might fit the bill. But can you just expand on the character of the location and the public benefit of displays in that location?
I think it provides a place where different people moving through the city can encounter art. And I think that's, or architecture, or certainly a kind of aesthetic experience, and I think that's hugely positive. I think that that it is, I mean, there are many places in the city where you possibly could showcase art, but that's a very complicated thing to negotiate. I think the infrastructure that is provided already there by the anti-pavilion competition gives it as a prime site. I think also maybe we could say that people know that now it's happened for a few years now. People know that's something that might come up in the calendar. I think it's something similar to Trafalgar Square, the fourth plinth. You know, I'm always aware of the fact that when I turn the corner into Trafalgar Square, that I might encounter something that I haven't encountered before. And that knowledge, that prior knowledge, means that it gives it value.
Right, and that's in terms of the people who experience the installations once they're there. We've talked about the opportunities for artists, architects, designers coming together to put in a bid for the competition, and how important it is that they have an opportunity to showcase. Again, Hackney can say it doesn't matter, it shouldn't really be in the conservation issue. But how important is the location? How exciting is the location to the people who are doing the bid? That particular.
Yeah, I think for all the reasons I've said, I think that the history of the site, in terms of its use, you know, the artists that have been there, I think the topography, if you like, the context, the river, the juxtapositions of very interesting experiences, the juxtaposition of the different histories of the site. And I think that as a site-specific artist or an architect, the context is everything, in a way, certainly in terms of, not everything, but it certainly gives you a huge amount to enable you to develop a narrative of why you might have something. I think all of the richness of that place gives anyone who comes there, developing a project, a kind of, you know, it's something of interest. You know, the industrial history of the canal. You know, and talking about that in some capacity. I'm just imagining a future possibility of how I might engage with people around the same. Anyone's done that, but if I'm imagining how I might engage with that, I might want to look at the history of the canal and its uses and how I might bring attention to that. You know, I think also in my written statement, the idea of providing a place where I can look on the city in a way that I've never looked on it before, to understand its topography from another position, you know, understand how cities overlap, are palimpsests, if you will, use and occupation. And I think that site, I mean, I can't do a survey of it, but that site definitely has all of those qualities that are rich and provide a deep urban tapestry that anyone who's interested in architecture in the cities, or certainly that I know, and also from my own opinion, is that you want to engage with that history and explore it and celebrate it and bring it to life.
Would that be an enhancement? What we're also asked about is the intrinsic qualities of the Whittle House. I'm not sure you finished your answer on that. I missed it if you did. One of the structures that Hackney don't want there is the Whittle House. And one of the questions that the inspector has to decide is whether there's any planning merit. And the planning merit depends on whether there are any public benefits. And the public benefits outweigh the importance that's attached to the statutory purposes of preserving and enhancing the conservation area in which it's located. So looking at that balancing exercise, giving the juxtaposition of the Bridge Academy right next door, but what are the intrinsic qualities of the Wickle House that might be put on the side of the appellants?
That structure, as far as I understand, is using a kind of new technology or new sustainable technology in terms of wood use. But I may be correct in that. Yeah, it's prefabricated. So I think it offers being displayed in that way alongside other structures that are also talking about what the future of architecture is. Even juxtaposition, say, between that and the HVAC means that you start to question what are the values of these. And then you do more research and you start to appreciate why it's there, why it's a good place on this roof, why is it out of context, why is it in this, what am I meant to think about it? Oh, I meant to think that I can think this about it, I can think that it's actually potentially providing an interesting form of construction that maybe when I come to do my extension or I build my house in the country, I may want to engage with that as well. So the benefits of raising questions about how things might be is value.
Benefits of raising questions.
About how we might develop buildings, architecture structures, how we might live in cities.
Thank you.
Just repeat that last bit again. The benefit of, you're talking about the benefit of.
I think that those structures and placed in that position or something like the Wickle House, I think it's about raising questions about how we think about what materials we might use in architecture, how we might build things, how we might live in the city, how we might develop things, how we consider it. It doesn't necessarily have to be related directly to architecture. Make you think about the materials you use in everyday life, or the way you engage with materials in everyday life, or how things are made, and why they're made in a particular way. And is it a good thing that they're made in this way or bad?
The point I had, sir, was the benefit of raising questions. There is one further point. If I may ask just one further question that I forgot to ask. Yeah. In relation to the Potemkin Theatre, and I don't have the document handy, but there's a reference to one of the inspiring influences of Jack Tatty Mononc, and something to do, not with the higgledy-piggledy sort of building leaning into the water, sort of Popeye-ish ramshackle way, but there was something from that. Are you aware of this at all?
No, I don't know. But I think there is a sense of its physicality also related to the way we experience things. The fact that it was on the edge, it has these are quite, aesthetic ideas or theories, but certainly if you're approaching something that has that kind of balance, you feel an affinity with it, potentially, an empathy with it. You start to appreciate a relationship to something on an edge or in standing in a position that you might like to stand or in a position. So you develop a relationship. And I think that probably, again, I'm guessing, I think maybe the architect was thinking about that as well. About how we engage with things, or how we relate to things, or why we might engage with something in a particular way.
Do you mean the position of Potemkin on the edge of the building?
Yeah, just on the edge of the corner.
What's the importance of that?
It's balanced. It wasn't structurally very sound, but it looks like it was. It's balanced. And we balance ourselves every day. Different edges.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Inspector. Where next?
Mr. Frohman.
I've got the chief, an hour and 20 minutes. And I'm just conscious I need to be fine. So what can we do usefully?
Well, I'm very happy to finish early today. I'm feeling quite confident that we will be able to deal with Mr. Frohman and Mr. Gray tomorrow. I'm confident that we will probably be able to start Mr. Connor tomorrow, and that we would then have Friday comfortably to finish the evidence and to turn to conditions. I'm not being over optimistic and having references over that.
We have, of course, got Tom Randall Page, if we can get hold of him. I mean, I could try giving him a call now, and I knew he had to get some back.
When is he back from Austria?
It is Austria. I don't know, I think he's there maybe for another week. Actually, it would be constructive, I think, because we do know the availability to look at if we are going to have to run into another day, what days would be available for all.
I mean, this could go on and on. I'm not clear about when he's available. I just don't really understand this really should have been here this week, days.
I just thought maybe I could get hold of him now if having ignorance and interruption is not an optimal solution. Everyone would rather, if I could, we did talk on the page.
So, we have about an hour and a half average today for the just in time. So I think we're very easily just about I suspect that session will take quite a long time.
Yeah, I think
we are in an unusual setting, as you've indicated. This witness will be subject to eyesight cross-examination, which isn't on the times that have been given. But it seems to me that it does dovetail quite nicely if the examination of the chief is in the order of an hour and a half. For us to get through that this examination of the chief, you need to talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Is that going to be possible to get through examination of chief?
I can easily achieve that. I mean, I will work to achieve that.
I don't wish you to leave. I'm going to take a quick comment break just for 5 minutes and come back at 15:45. Right, are we ready to restart? Mr. Cotton, you've got the sound. If it was me, I'd be slowly going to the way.
No, I haven't noticed it. I'm just thinking of this.
You're okay. Just on the issue of Mr. Randall Page's sentence, if this can't be resolved and connected tomorrow, right, it will work. Just thinking about take his proof of later and submissions from the local point I should give to it. I just can't leave it on just open it until he can hear the person who can accept video link. I just can't do that.
We'll try and find the acceptable link. Okay. It may not be a video link. It'd be perfectly all right if he doesn't take the oath and he's not on question of fact. It's restricted to opinion.
I'm being as flexible as I can, but it's all quite annoying in the circumstances. Right, Mr. Freeman, do you think it's not too small?
No, it doesn't need to be. If you could introduce yourself to begin with, and perhaps it would be helpful, Mr. Freeman, if you read out the entirety of paragraph 1.1 to 1.4.
I'll do that. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Coffey. I'm Ignis Frohman, Director at Cogent Heritage, an independent heritage consultancy that I established in August 2019. In 9 years before establishing Cogent Heritage, I was Director at Heritage Collective UK Limited, trading as Heritage Collective and its subsidiaries. Before that, I was an Associate Director at CGMS Consulting, now part of RPS. During this time, I've worked on a wide range of projects affecting the historic environment throughout the United Kingdom. I hold a degree in architecture. I'm an associate member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists and a member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. Over the last 19 years, I've specialised in the historic environment, both in terms of understanding and analysing physical fabric, and in terms of policy application, specifically by assessing impacts, providing advice, and supporting development proposals. My experience includes dealing with a diverse range of cases involving the assessment of physical impact, physical changes to all manner of heritage assets and all development affecting their settlements. I've undertaken numerous assessments where I've considered the impacts of new development on the historic environment, dealing with physical impact setting and townscape. I have provided expert evidence at appeals, including public inquiries on behalf of both the Bellend and local planning authorities. I've acted on behalf of the London Borough of Tower Hamlets as its expert witness in relation to the call-in inquiry in relation to the proposed conversion of the 18th century and later Great Starless Whitechapel Bell Foundry, having previously represented that authority successfully at public inquiries on several occasions.
Just pausing there, and that decision of the Secretary of State, Raycliffe Whitechapel Limited Tower Hamlets, found its way into the planning appeal decisions, is that right?
That's correct, yes. It was a fairly recent decision. I can't remember actually now when it came out, but yeah, not too long ago.
It's 2021 PAD 32, I will be referring to that decision.
Sorry, 2021 PAP.
Yes, it's Planning Appeal Decision 32. It's a reference that I can supply to you later on. But
So you can find the reference.
I'm aware of the rule, I haven't read it. It exists. Is it evident?
no. But the
I do refer to in one place, in the introduction I mentioned the appeal reference, but also later referred to it about the relevance of artist studios and making things in industrial buildings. But I can't find that.
we'll have to keep your voice up for the sake of others listening. Now, if I could take you to the summary and conclusions of section 5, please.
I have that.
If you could read that, please.
I'm going to, if I may, skip the first couple of paragraphs, so that repeats really what I've just read out. I'll start with paragraph 5.3, key heritage issues. In relation to the 2019 enforcement notice, I focus my evidence on the following numbering as per the enforcement notice. The modified or reduced platform structure 1, structure 2, modified or reduced height structure 4, the woodlark structure that is now being cultivated as a green wall, roof level metal fence or railing around the northern projection of 53 Burnham Street. In relation to the 2020 enforcement notice, I focus my evidence on the display of art installations and the hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site. The Regent's Canal Conservation Area. The canal itself is the key feature of the conservation area. The area also includes more obvious aspects such as its open spaces, buildings and architectural details. The special interest arises from an environment that is created by the canal itself, the unique ecological life in the water and on the banks, the surviving industrial features such as locks and bridges, horse ramps, wooden canals, side bollards, and the character of the remaining walls, warehouses and basins. Many walls and industrial buildings have been converted into studios for the creative and artistic industries that flourish in southern Hackney. There is, and have been, public or publicly visible artwork in the stretch of the conservation area in the context of the appeal site. The presence of artists in the conservation area is not simply a late 20th century phenomenon, but dates from the 1930s. The appeal site contains no identified landmarks, locally listed buildings, or buildings of townsite merit. From what I have seen of the appeal site, the present use of the buildings and of the site is one that preserves and sustains the complex raw character of the site and the imperfect workaday character of the buildings. It is largely because of the present use that I would describe the appeal site as making a valuable contribution to the conservation area. It is in this sense a unique site with a wonderfully unique character that is largely derived from its present use and ongoing ad hoc adaptation. A great deal of the site's contribution to the conservation area results from its present use. Listed buildings. Hoxton Bridge. The bridge has significance in its age and is a good example of an elliptically arched canal overbridge. It is associated with the Regent's Canal, as well as James Morgan and John Nash, which add to its historic interest. It has illustrative historic interest in illustrating part of the few above-ground architectural design to build the destinations of the canal, an important aspect of London's history and significant in the national context. Its architectural interest lies mainly in its simple, elegant form, the craftsmanship of this well-built structure. It is not an imposing structure. Like the other nearby contemporary listed bridge over the canal, i.e. the bridge over the east on Queensbridge Road, the surroundings in which the bridges are experienced have changed radically and beyond recognition from the time that it was constructed. The bridges have not lost their significance as a result of the fundamental and dramatic changes that have occurred to their settlements. They are still very much appreciated as intrinsically part of the historical canal infrastructure. They have no meaningful relationship with any of the later surrounding buildings or sites beyond the canal itself. The bridges do not draw significance from the adjoining land. The appeal site is not part of the setting from which it draws significance, whether in terms of the built form or the activities associated with the use of the site. Hoxton Baths. Hoxton Baths dates from 1904, and is not historically especially significant as an early example of public baths, but it represents a building type that had been well established and would have served the purpose common to many residential and populated areas in London and throughout the country. A great deal of significance of the building is derived from its architectural interest. In turn, much of the building's architectural interest is derived from its imposing self-elevation. As may be expected, the rear elevation is subservient, although it was clearly self-consciously designed to relate to the front elevation. The most important aspect of the setting of Hoxton Baths is Whiston Road, from where the main south elevation is best appreciated. It stands today in a dense urban context, where it is seen juxtaposed with many new housing blocks. To the north, it's set in small mixed. It is juxtaposed with the Bridge Academy and part of the appeal site and housing blocks of different ages. These elements simply represent later and unrelated built forms, with which the building has no association or relationships. It does not draw significance from any of these elements, which vary in age and form and architecture, but which are all different and unrelated to the listed parts. Impact assessment of the 2020 enforcement notice. The display of art installations at the appeal site. The nature of art installations mean that they will almost inevitably be different from the host buildings. The fact that art installations are likely to be different from the buildings they stand in or float in front of is rather the point. They are generally meant to be seen and or experienced as making a visual statement. There is often a playfulness, perhaps even mischievousness about them. It can be expected that they would normally be meant to be visible, though they could, of course, be purposely hidden and subtle. They are intended to be interesting, visually striking or arresting, eye-catching, even in congruence with their surroundings. It can reasonably be expected that they are not meant to blend inconspicuously into their surroundings, unless that is part of the concept. However, visibility of the structures does not equate to harm. These are not randomly selected to provoke, but carefully considered installations that pique interest, and they tend to be well received by the public, drawing people into the site and enlivening the area. From what I have seen, the art installations are wonderfully unconventional features that elevate the interest of the appeal site without taking away from whatever claims to interest it may have. The robust nature of the ensemble of buildings, of the ensemble of existing buildings on the site, means that the buildings are capable of accommodating the art installations without being overwhelmed by them. There is what might be described as a degree of visual tension between the art installations and the host buildings. However, structures are replaced on an annual basis, and from what I have personally experienced over the years, the art installations add considerable interest and vitality to this part of the canal, as well as the local context of the installation. The art installations can be seen in the context of the nearby mosaics and the sculpture on Queensbridge Road, and they should be regarded in the broader historic context of the appeal site. The broader historic context, the appeal site has been demonstrably used for artist studios and exhibition space for many years. I consider the display of specific or site-specific art installations at the appeal site to be an asset to the conservation area and to the local townscape. It is an ephemeral activity that adds a great deal of vibrancy and interest to the area, without reducing or mitigating its significance. The display of art installations at the appeal site is something to be celebrated, encouraged, and treasured. In my view, the display of art installations at the appeal site enhances the significance of the conservation area by adding a layer of interest and as an resonance with, if not being a continuation of, the historic association of the conservation area with artistic industries that flourish in southern Hackney. Rather than being harmful, this is a material benefit that weighs strongly in favour of allowing the display of art installations at the appeal site. In relation to the setting of the listed buildings, the display of art installations on the appeal site would not affect the experience or the significance of Hoxton Bridge or Hoxton Baths. The hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site. Like restaurants and pubs, the hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site adds to the activity in the conservation area and breathes the occasional sense of vibrancy into the area. I have some difficulty in understanding why the council would encourage restaurants and pubs, yet discourage hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site as an ancillary use to the display of art installations. The social gatherings or events at the appeal site also tend to provide a closer look at the buildings and spaces on the appeal site, and all of their raw peculiarities, as well as, of course, the art installations on display. Insofar as the hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site has an effect on the character of the area, in my view, it is one that is demonstrably positive or beneficial, as it enhances the character of the area rather than diminishing it. Insofar as the buildings are concerned, Hoxton Baths itself would originally have performed a social function. If anything, the occasional hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site can be seen as complementary to the historic function of the baths, but it certainly doesn't harm or detract from its significance in any way. In relation to the bridge, I cannot see a way in which the hosting of social gatherings or events at the appeal site could reasonably be said to affect the significance of the structure. Impact assessment of the 2019 enforcement notice. The modified or reduced step platform to structure 1. This part of the building in which the platform sits can be described as ad hoc, utilitarian, imperfect, and functional. The platform, to the extent that it is visible, does not materially change the character of the building, rather blends in. If it were not for the fact that the platform is known to have been a recent addition, it could easily have been mistaken for something that was added to the building many years ago. In this context, I do not see how the structure can be said to harm the character, appearance, or significance of the conservation area. I do not consider that this structure could reasonably be said to have any effect on the significance of either of the two listed buildings. Structure 2, Mickle House. Being constructed of paper, the Mickle House is relatively lightweight and does not require foundations, and a simple construction method allows for such structures to be made on site. Because there are no such structures in the UK, and is a novel form of construction, this is an experimental structure. It was not designed to be permanent, and it will inevitably have a limited lifespan. It is clearly not a structure that relates in any meaningful way to the building it sits on top of. On the other hand, there are some contextual references and historic resonances in the use of timber and a domestic form. It is a relatively small and interesting structure when seen from the canal towpath. And when seen on top of the existing building, it seems to me to retain the sense of the existing buildings as workaday buildings that used industrial materials subsequently extended in a pragmatic manner and with ad hoc utilitarian and functional aesthetic. The overall sense of an imperfect built structure of the existing building is maintained. I do not see this to be a harmful addition to the conservation area, especially in the context of how the conservation areas review describes the industrial buildings and the appeal site. It does not affect the significance of either of the two listed buildings, the modified or reduced height structure form. This structure was built over a staircase that allows access onto the roof of this part of the building. It is made of corrugated sheets manufactured of recycled foil-lined Tetra Pak cartons. It is reminiscent of the corrugated sheet roofs of industrial buildings, including some of the buildings on the appeal site. It is a simple, functional structure of the type that could very well have been added during the course of the appeal site's industrial use. It can be described as an ad hoc, utilitarian, functional, perhaps even imperfect. I do not consider that the structure harms the character, appearance, or significance in the conservation area, and it could not reasonably be said to have any effect on the significance of either of the two listed buildings. The woodlath structure that is now being cultivated as a green wall. At this appeal, the green wall structure is not intended to be a screen to hide anything, but an acceptable structure in its own right. I note the greenery has not fully established, but there is already some good growth. The greenest and the ecological value of the canal is a thread that runs through the character and which is mentioned in many places. I consider this to be relevant in considering structures such as a green wall. In the context of the character appraisal, I find it difficult to see why a green wall should be discouraged, or why such a structure should be regarded as inherently harmful. The canted tops of the green wall structure are less imposing and less bulky than the extension that has been previously permitted, and although very different, adds a new layer to the conservation area that may be regarded as positive for the context of this particular green ribbon conservation area. It looks particularly fitting in views from Swimmers Lane. The previous inspector described the enclosure as ad hoc, but this was before the conservation areas review was published. In the context of the conservation areas review description of the building in the conservation area, an ad hoc addition would be perfectly acceptable in this particular context. I note Local Plan Policy LP 1A Part 5 requires new development to incorporate well-designed and integrated landscape design which enhances biodiversity and maximizes opportunities for greening. This policy was not enforced at the time when the previous inspector briefly considered the structure. I do not consider that this structure harms the character, appearance, or significance of the conservation area. In relation to the listed buildings, Hoxton Baths and Hoxton Bridge, I agree with the previous inspector that there would be no harm in the settings of these listed buildings. The roof level middle fence railing around the northern projection of 53 William Street. Much like the platform of structure 1, the railing is located on a part of the building that can be described as an ad hoc, utilitarian, and functional building, which is imperfect with a cheap and somewhat shoddy appearance. The metal railing has an industrial aesthetic which does not clash with or materially change the character of the building. Like the platform, if it were not for the fact that it is known to have been a recent addition, This railing could easily have been mistaken for something that was added to the building many years ago. I do not see how the railing could reasonably be said to harm the character, appearance, or significance of the conservation area, or the significance of either of the two listed buildings. Then the overall review policy compliance, Hackney Council's local plan policy LP1, entitled Design Quality and Local Character, provides that part A, new development to be of the highest architectural and design quality. It goes on to say that innovative and contemporary design will be supported with respect and complements the historic character. In this specific context, the quality of architectural design must be seen in the context of compatibility with the character and appearance of the conservation area, and the structures manifestly complement the historic character of the piece. Policy LP1 also requires development to respond to local character and context. The structures used and respond to the local character and context.
Can I just pause there? Is that literally replication of exactly what policy LP1 says?
I don't think that's literally replication. You can find that policy, sir, at my appendix, the last appendices.
It looks like a cut-paste policy, which you want to spend time with.
It's what I would normally do. It's possible that I may have paraphrased things in part or chopped off sentences. I just don't want to give a wrong impression that it's
But I'm reading myself from the that's why I say it's 2 pages.
I'd rather
to find.
Sure. Policy LP3, designated heritage assets requires development proposal to respect the setting of nearby listed buildings. The structures and uses respect the setting of nearby listed buildings. Part E1 requires development proposals affecting conservation areas for these settings to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the area, including the established local character of individual buildings and groups of buildings because of height, mass, and scale, form, design, materials, detail, and use. And the rhythms and the historical form of the area in terms of spaces between buildings, density, settings, building lines, cycle, pattern of development, open range, and coverage. Part A of the policy states the development that leads to less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset will not be permitted unless the public benefit of the proposal, including securing and reliable use of the site, outweigh the harm. Although I have not identified any harm in my assessment, even if the inspector were to disagree that some of the structures would be harmful, it would still be necessary to weigh against that material barriers to the conservation area derive from the use of the site and the display of art installations, for example. For example, if the structure is considered to defend the appearance of the area, it may well be that the use complements the character of the area, in which case the two would need to be balanced against each other. Policy LP52 deals with water spaces, canals, and residential moorings. Although not heritage specific, Part B requires development along water spaces and riparian areas to fulfill a number of criteria, including second, which requires avoiding conflict with heritage value. The structures and uses avoid conflict with the canal's heritage value. Because the structures and uses preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area and preserve the setting of the listed buildings in accordance with, that sentence doesn't quite make sense. I think you can chop out all because it just starts the structures and uses preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area and preserve the setting of the listed buildings in accordance with section 66 and 72 of the Planning Listed Buildings Conservation Act 1990.
Now, Mr. Freeman, thank you. The inspector has coined the main issues for us, and it's the effect on the character and appearance of the area, including the Regent's Canal Conservation Area, and the setting of neighbouring listed buildings. And there's an issue between the local planning authority and the appellant regarding the effect of the development, the nature of the development. That's an issue. They're alleging that the entire mixed use has to be considered. We're saying it can be taken in parts. And you've only addressed the display of art installations, the structures and the events. You haven't sought to make a case in relation to restaurant or bar.
No, I haven't.
Now, in relation to the decision of the previous inspector, one of the points that I'm concerned about is the basis for this inspector to say, well, I've got a responsibility to reach a fresh decision. I've got different evidence before me, and there are different considerations. And I just want to go to the copy of that decision letter. And I don't know whether you've got it handy. I've got it in the exhibits to Mr. O'Connor's brief, which is the easiest place to find it. I think it's there twice. So the first point in relation to paragraph 1 of the decision letter.
This is the decision letter,
Nigel Burrows.
7th.
That's right.
Nigel Burrows.
So the first point, and excuse me for making such a basic one, but he's talking about fencing around the premises, and we're talking about different structures. Is that right?
Yeah, so what Mr. Burrows describes in paragraph 1, that is not relevant to this appeal, because the fencing that he puts there in inverted commas rises reclaimed railway sleeper timbers structure. So that is not what we are looking at, and of course we're not looking at beach hounds.
What about paragraphs 2, 4 away, for the same reason? What about paragraph 4?
Paragraph 4 was for the relocation of. Hang on a minute, that's fine. Yeah, so that was the beach house and the fence that we are now looking at. So those two things combined.
Okay, and then I've got paragraphs 5 to 18. Can we put those to one side?
Yes, certainly it seems more relevant to this case. Rest is a description, which I don't think is necessarily particularly relevant here.
Just on the paragraph 8 point, I've seen in your proof a number of the historic plans, and I don't know whether you picked this up, sir, from my opening, but the plans have Brunswick Wharf on the west side and Columbia on the right.
That's correct, yes. My bid is 2.4 at page 10 by appendices. That's the earliest map from 1953. And that one you find Columbia Wharf on the east and Brunswick Wharf on the west.
Indeed.
Which is the correct way around, or is that ambiguous?
The way that I remember it, certainly if I look at the OS map, Brunswick is west, B before C, Columbia is on the east.
I understood it was the other way around. Or should I just avoid that?
It's quite obvious from the original maps that Brunswick was on the west and Columbia was on the east, but Mr. Burrows has concluded that they're the other way around.
Was he right then?
I think it was.
I don't think it makes any difference to your decision, but just in case people are referring to one or the other, you don't want to be confused.
So I think it's a sorry word to say Brunswick's on the west. Brunswick west and Columbia east.
I think it's before Common Era, BCE. Otherwise, it would be BC. But it's Brunswick on the west and Columbia on the east. That's your evidence.
Right, so he's adopted what the enforcement notice plan says, and that would not.
Well, Mr. Froneman's evidence is based on the historic maps. Now, coming back to the description of the appeal site. You've set out your own description of the appeal site. The inspector in 2017 set out his. Where should this inspector begin? Or should he just adopt your description of the appeal site?
Well, I would prefer if the inspector adopted my description of the appeal site. I say that because I think that that's correct. That's my view on it.
And that's at paragraph 2.5 and following, right the way through.
Yes, I do go through the history of the site. And I pick up on a few things. I mean, for example, I think previously it was thought that the appeal site related to gasworks, and I see no evidence of that, but I can see that it used to be lots of different kinds. Sawmill, timber wharf. I think that was the predominant use historically of the site. I found nothing to suggest that it was part of gasworks.
Now, if we move to paragraph 19.
Yeah.
What's said there, the buildings within the complex appear to have evolved over time in a piecemeal manner. Now, what does this inspector have that the other inspector didn't have?
So what this inspector has that the other inspector didn't have is, of course, the Conservation Area Review study. And that was published some months after this appeal decision. There is that, and there's also, I suppose, and you can find that my main proof 429, local plan policy LP1, part A5, which requires development to maximise opportunities for greening.
He didn't have either of those two documents. Is there any correction to be made regarding the contents of paragraph 19?
As I said, this reference to coal gas production, as far as I am aware, that's wrong. And again, it's the remnants of the gas industry. That's not correct. Again, we've got the Columbia Wharf, obviously, that should be Brunswick. So those are the main things I think that jump out to me.
Okay, and in relation to the, if we could just hold two documents open at this juncture, sir, because I'm going to come back to the decision letter. If we could go to the appellant's appeal statement from the end of last year in relation to both appeals. Please.
Okay, try to do that.
It looks like this.
Yes. I have a page I'm looking at.
We're looking at what I've got is paragraph 30 and 31. You see that?
I see that, yes.
Paragraph 30 and 31 says the only conservation-aware treatment of the site possible is to embrace the piecemeal and the discordant development of the site itself and its surroundings, as well as its ad hoc, pragmatic and functional developments over time. This requires adaptation to new uses if it is to be viable. A hotspot of almost architecturally valueless building can only be preserved against an overwhelming commercial viability argument for wholesale clearance by involving innovative uses. It is just such a new use, the studios in the Square Park, that has sustained the site for the past 20 years, and the only realistic possibility of anything continuing to do so in the immediate future. By any standards, Shiva and Anti-Pavilion have effected an exemplary evolution of improbable organic adaptation of obsolete buildings that have thereby survived against all odds. But this process cannot be frozen, as the council would have it. Ad hoc development to suit the purpose of the time is the history of the site, and it presents the only survival option for the future of any of the present buildings. I don't need you to agree with everything about the functionless part of the description, the beginning of paragraph 30. But when we look at Mr. Burroughs' description about the piecemeal manner, do you see that? Following the cessation of the site for coal gas production. See that?
Yeah, I see that.
And then we turn to the conservation area review study, which is attached to your proof, I believe, an extract from it.
It's not a question of your ability, not your believe you have a copy, sir.
I don't know where it is. I don't know where I would find it.
I don't have a document reference that would take you there, although I think it may well be useful for you to have a copy.
I've got a marked one only at the moment. But I will be able to, can we just go to paragraph 3.31 of your proof, Mr. Fredman?
They would need to have that in front of me, that's page 39.
Is that the quotation? Or is there another one?
There is one, I think I may have quoted more than once from the review. I think the bit that I interested in I'm not sure. I'm sure I would refer to that. I'm just not sure of the exact reference. So in my proof, paragraph 4, page 40, I just quote a fragment there. And you'll see that in the last line of the paragraph, imperfect achieving sometimes shoddy built structures. I think there are some other quotes that I do use. Yeah, so for example, 4.27 again, I quote a bit more about the sentence, ad hoc, utilitarian and functional aesthetic.
Well, so I think it's going to be the easiest reference by seeing the document itself, which actually refers in terms to the Columbia and Brunswick Wharf.
Yes, I would say that
do you have it on your screen? Could you just read it to the inspector?
I can read it. I'll give you the reference there. You can read it for yourself. It's page 54, and that's appendix A of Conservation Review. And I'm going to read you the second paragraph on that page. Just to be clear, this is not document I haven't got on the stationary review. I thought yesterday, so you requested one.
Well, no, I thought yesterday I was asked if I wanted it. I don't know the answer to the question because I don't know the significance. Wasn't that what you got to yesterday?
I think you do want a copy. Yes. I think the point really is that the concern from any lawyer's point of view is that rather than getting extracts, you want to see the document to see it in context. But if
everybody put it in evidence,
so I think both of us have the first.
but it's not appended to Mr. Dyer's proof, is it? Yeah, so no one's appended a document.
Well, I've got to double check because I'm sure I've seen it somewhere in the bunch, but I'm afraid that there's rather a lot of documents just to give you a precise reference. What I'd like Mr. Foreman to do, just to read that paragraph, and I'm going to supply you with it.
So it sounds like we've got, we can go from there. Then towards the mutual field centre, is that correct?
Before we go there, Mr. President, are we on, is it a wild goose chase, or is this the right reference?
Okay. I'm ready to read it out if you are ready for that, sir.
So it might be an evidence that I'm not, but we don't know. As I said, and I haven't read all of the appendices, there are so many. It might transpire it's in evidence.
So
it's not.
I found the reference, it seems. So in the summary grounds of appeal of 2019, is this appended or is it part of the main document? So it's appendix 4, I'm told. But it is
Page?
Page 45 is what I have it as on the version that I'm looking at.
Yes, got it. It's there, sir.
Yeah, but,
I've got it as page 48 electronically. Internal numbering, page 44.
In this case,
Page 48, page 44, internal numbering. Appendix 4.
I'm not going to go into it, just say what you need to tell me.
within the Regis Canal Conservation Area, many of the surviving industrial buildings are distinctive late 19th or early 20th century structures. These buildings are not instantly recognizable as of architectural merit. They were constructed as workaday buildings that used industrial materials, and they have often subsequently been altered or extended in a pragmatic manner. Their charm lies in their inconspicuous ad hoc utilitarian and functional aesthetic. These imperfect, cheap, and sometimes shoddily built structures are often fragmented and devoid of their original uses as industry in every way. They are notoriously difficult to operate for new uses without major intervention. They are therefore often seen as councils and development opportunities. It is this process of development that has degraded some areas of the conservation area.
And then the conclusion, I've got it, says that the site contains the type of utilitarian buildings that have been amended over time to suit the former industrial uses and activities along the canal. Do you have that bit?
Yes, that's if you go to page 56 of the same document. And the last section of that on that page relates to Columbia and Brunswick Water site. And it's there where it says the site contains the type of utilitarian buildings that have been accumulated to suit the former industrial uses and activities of the canal. And then about imagining the development and other buildings may be used.
Sorry, Mr. President, we're waiting.
Let me read out the whole paragraph. The site contains the type of utilitarian buildings that have been amended from time to suit all industrial uses and canal. An imaginative development contains, upgrades, and potentially find new uses for the earlier buildings on the site, while sensibly developing other parts of the site could make a positive contribution to the conservation area. A full assessment of the existing building should be buildings and a clear planning brief is recommended for this important site to support the conservation area.
Thank you. So the point really in paragraph 9, Mr. Borrow's decision, is that the evolution over time in a piecemeal manner is something that was identified as a very characteristic in the review study.
That's correct, yeah, the review study that followed his decision at the time. So, the piecemeal, the description of the site as having evolved in a piecemeal manner is what the review study later describes as characteristic of the site.
And what you said in your proof, which we were just looking at in the summary, at paragraph 5.7, is that from what you've seen in the appeal site, the present use of the building is one that preserves and sustains the complex character of the site. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct. And I think that's because, and so you will see like yesterday, the nature of the art studios, I don't know quite what we call them, but the nature of the uses that are occurring on the site at the moment is such that the buildings are not being sanitized, they're being adapted and used in a way that I would describe as complementary to the industrial, the historic industrial uses, which were also functional and piecemeal and ad hoc. So I see a resonance there. I see that if that is seen to be important to the conservation area, to the contribution of the site to the conservation area, then the existing use is one that is very much resonating and keeping.
So, as a way of keeping the vestiges of the era that when they were in full use, is that a plus or a negative?
That's a plus as far as I can see. I mean, and I do contrast that in my proof to, for example, residential conversion of buildings where I've been involved in some of those myself. I think what tends to happen there is that buildings get tidied up and balconies are added to industrial buildings and amenity space is created and the buildings take on a sort of sanitized character. They become a bit sterile and domesticated. So a residential use, for example, we would not keep buildings in a sort of state of poorness and sort of almost wouldn't quite call it a state of disarray, but it keeps it in a state that resonates with the industrial origins.
And is that something that can be experienced by people going into a gallery space at the Peel site?
Yes, very much. I mean, I think if you go to the courtyard, so I hope you received the courtyard when you went to the site yesterday. If you can see in the courtyard, when I last saw those various materials stacked there, you sort of had very much the air of a working environment. I think that's one of the things which I think resonates really with it, industrial form of use. You can really you can draw a parallel between those two things. And when you go into the buildings, the nature of the use of the moment keeps a lot of the spaces open, and you get a character, you get a sense of the character of the buildings. They are going to event there, people are able to wander through the buildings and wander through the areas. Quite a unique experience.
Well, what the appellant is claiming is an evolution, an adaptation of an otherwise obsolete building. So they're putting into practice the evolution in a way that they say is appropriate. Is that something you agree with?
Absolutely, yes. I think that it's quite a unique site in the sense that it's managed to escape gentrification. I mean, not that gentrification necessarily is a bad thing, but the sanitization of the character of this group of buildings, they've survived in a remarkable way. I would add to that part of that is the sort of ad hoc adaptations that have occurred since 2007. For example, some of the things which we are talking about now, which we'll no doubt cover later on.
So is it a question that the old timber yard rather than coal yard, has to adapt one way.
Excuse me, if you can repeat that question.
The vestiges, the industrial buildings that they were, had a different function. So they have to find a role in the modern environment. The use has to be adapted. Does the present use of the appeal site or the proposed use for display of art installations using the appeal site retain the vestiges of the industrial building or not?
Yes, I think very much so, and that's one of the reasons why I say it makes a positive contribution to conservation.
Now, if we can look at, again at paragraph 19 of Mr. Burrows' decision. So he was hitting on something that was a hallmark of the conservation area review study. The fact that it's evolving.
Yes, the description of the urbanisation of the buildings on the appeal sites having evolved over time and in a peaceful manner.
And would display of art installation be a further step on that process?
Yes, I think that's very much. In fact, there was a display of art on the appeal site before conservation area was even designated.
Sorry, Mr. President, you finish yours?
I have.
So I don't mean to interrupt that, but in the series of 6 or 7 questions, I appreciate Mr. President's you're an expert, but we have had some questions that lead into greater or lesser extent. It's entirely.
Yes, I do understand. Wondering, does time pressure
Does the display of art installations allow the buildings to retain, or is it consistent with the way that they've evolved?
Yes, from what I have seen, I would say very much so.
Now, if we could go back to Mr. Burrows' decision, if we may, and regarding paragraphs 20 to 26, do they relevant or do they fall away?
They fall away. I mean, I suppose paragraph 21, where there's a comment about buildings being consistent for proportions, that's probably relevant, but I think that's not Mr. Burrows saying what he thinks, he's repeating what the appellant said, so I'm not sure how relevant that is particularly. I don't think that the other 22 to 25 is relevant to this appeal.
What about paragraph 26?
26 becomes relevant to some extent because the 26, that's where the fences described there today, whether you describe it as an enclosure or a green wall, is then mentioned. And I think what I see, the way that I read this decision, is very much that as far as things that it's inappropriate to put a fence around something which is otherwise inappropriate, and to sort of say that it's okay because there's a fence around it. So I think he's discouraging it there. And then if you turn over onto page 5, you can then see that he says that high form materials of the enclosure reinforce the overall incongruity of the top development. By that, he means the beach house. So I don't see that as a sort of massive criticism of the fence in its own right. I mean, he's obviously saying it reinforces something which is incongruous, but it's not a great criticism of the structure in its own right, and that's about, if I remember correctly, that's about the only place in the decision letter where the inspector really sort of looks at the fence and sort of analyses it. There's very little elsewhere.
Paragraph 27, is that relevant?
No, that's irrelevant. That talks about the term sleepers, so that's not relevant to this bill.
And 28?
28 is probably, there are some relevances. I mean, I think here the inspector mentions the Breach Academy, which was mentioned earlier in evidence, and which is on the adjoining side and obviously very visible, very present in views from the east of the appeal side. And he then makes a comment that the enclosures before me appear to have evolved in an ad hoc manner. It's interesting because ad hoc is the very same word that's used in the conservation areas review study to describe the character of industrial buildings in conservation. So what I would say about that is that it seems to me that what Inspector Burrows perhaps describes as a negative attribute of offence is later described in the conservation area review study as a positive attribute.
What about paragraphs 30, I think 31?
31, there the inspector just concludes. So that's obviously there's no real analysis. He's described what he's described in the earlier paragraphs. His findings, why he comes to a conclusion. In 31, he just concludes the development subject to these appeals on the character appearance of the building complex. So that's why I said earlier that there's no the only real place where the green wall fence enclosure he's sort of really says in any way is paragraph 26. And the conclusion in 31 doesn't really add to the analysis or reasoning.
What if this inspector took a different view, either to you or perhaps adopting something from Mr. Harper's evidence, about the significance of the Bridge Academy and decided that actually, if there was a condition that required a contractor to be appointed and some sort of general maintenance of the green wall so that it stayed green wall rather than left to die or not watered or whatever, so there was a contract in place, somebody to maintain it properly, and it actually matured, give it a period of time. And so he's looking at that once the green wall has developed and there's a condition of a contractor being appointed to get it to that state and to maintain it in that state with regular attendance. Would that be a different context to this inspector?
It could be. I think that there are different things at play today than they were at that time. I'm also conscious that inspectors can take different views from their predecessors. I know it's not very common, and obviously the necessary reasoning is required to set out why different conclusions are reached. But I've seen that in cases where I've personally been involved, where one inspector concludes differently from another inspector. It's not that uncommon, and I would expect this inspector to come to his own conclusions based on the evidence that's before him.
Now, one of the broader issues in relation to the conservation area is whether this inspector is just looking at the effect of allowing planning permission, stopping at the boundary of the conservation area, or is looking at the effect of granting planning permission of the locality, which includes the Bridge Academy, and I think there's the Burnham Canoeing Club a bit further on. What approach should he take?
It's of course relevant to take into account the setting of the conservation area in the same way that we are talking about the setting of the listed bridge and the listed paths. And indeed, if we had development that was just on the boundary, just on the other side of the boundary of the conservation area, we're very much expected to take into account what happens in the centre of the conservation areas. It's very well established that may very well be relevant. I think that's, it's in terms of the Bridge Academy, I would say it's not only possible to ignore it. And in fact, it's very much part of your experience when you live along the canal. You can't really blot it out, and it's there, and it influences the way in which you experience the area.
Of course, so the immediate area location, absolutely clear, falls to be assessed in terms of the impact. But when the main issue is just on the conservation, it is the conservation area and the appearance of the area. There's the two things, and then there's the setting of the neighbouring listed buildings. So there's actually three things, isn't there?
The appearance of the area would certainly take in what goes on beyond the strict boundary of the conservation area. In terms of the conservation area itself, I'll just reiterate that it's so visually contiguous with the Bridge Academy, which is right next door, which if you walk on the ground, you can't really say really where the boundary of the conservation area is if you didn't know beforehand. So I think it's very difficult to disengage those two things from each other and sort of say you only looking at the conservation area and you ignore what lies on the other side of the road. I'm not sure that would be a wholly logical thing to do.
Now, when we look at the conservation area, are we looking at the impact of granting permission on just the locality of the conservation area, or are we looking at the canal as a whole? What's the proper approach?
The conservation area is a stretch of the canal that's nearly 4 kilometres long. It's by any standards a long conservation area that's got, I think it's said in terms of the conservation area character of the place that it doesn't have a coherent character. And that's because it is such a long, varied stretch of mostly canal. And so when you're looking at how something might affect the conservation area, of course, we always tend to look at a particular location where something would occur. But when you calibrate that effect, you have to put it in the context of the whole heritage asset, which is the 4 kilometre long stretch of the canal. And so the conservation area heritage asset in question is quite a large one, of which this particular site is quite a small component.
Now, just in case, just suppose, hypothetically, that the inspector was with Mr. Dyer and decided that some of the structures on the roof did conflict, yes, with the conservation area, the characteristics of the conservation. Can it be described as a big impact, or is it, how would you describe that?
It cannot logically be described as a very big impact. I say that for the reason I just discussed in relation to proportionality. When you only affect a very small component of a very large thing, and you cause some harm to a small component of a large heritage asset, you cannot cause huge amounts of harm unless that component that you're causing harm to is very, very important and almost contains what is significant, most of the significance of the conservation. Of course, in this case, the significance of the conservation area is to a large extent derived from the canal itself and not from these buildings. But I would refer the inspector to my appendix 1. I think actually 1.2 on page 5. And there we have the appraisal. And we know from the appraisal that there are no locally listed buildings on the Peel site. There are no buildings of townscape merit on their Peel site, and it is not a focal point. That's how it was identified at that time in 2007 when the conservation area was designated. So we can tell from that that it was not an important site. I mean, if you look at what the conservation area character appraisal says, it does refer to the large number of locally listed buildings of downscape merit in the area as part of what makes it an area of special character. We find nothing of that on the appeal site. So in terms of its actual qualitative value and its contribution to the overall conservation area, that is quite low in relative terms because we find on the appeal site that there are no really special features.
Now, I want to take you to a few pages in the documents, and then I want to take you to some observations on Mr. Dyer's proof, and I want to do it quite shortly. So if you could help me by just bearing in mind the time constraints as we proceed forward. What I'd like to do is to begin with by going to Appendix 10, please. And take you to what I believe is page 273. And this is a decision, sir, from the 12th of February 2014. Sorry, it's not, it's a letter. From the 12th of February 2014, you see it there?
I see that.
And in the second bullet point, it says, our design officers have raised an objection to the proposed constituted jaws to the canal side elevation sites. Consider the proposed development fails to preserve a characteristic feature of the building in a sympathetic manner and would adversely affect the appearance of the site and the wider appearance of the conservation area. The applicant is therefore advised to amend the scheme so the development along the canal side does not impact the existing signage.
I'm aware of that.
So, why is this significant? What's the significance of this?
The reason why this is significant, and sir, you will find, I think it really help if you just open up my appendices, page 22, and that's appendix 4.1, 4.2. And you can turn over, actually, you can see what was being proposed at that time. If you turn over to page 24, you can see the doors there and the sign as it is described there. Now, that may look like just a normal sign, but if you look at what the caption of appendix 4 is of my, it says that this is an artwork, Bronzy and the Shellfish by Bob and Roberta Smith, pseudonym for the artist Patrick Brill. I believe he's a Royal exhibitor at the Royal Academy. And so this is an artwork that was on display at the time which the council had an objection to removing.
So do you read from that that the council are against use of the appeal site for display of art?
No, in this case, in 2014, they objected to the removal of a piece of artwork from the appeal site.
Next point. Is there anything to be read into the approval that we see on page 278 of the introduction of the sliding doors?
Page 278 of which?
It's the same document, it's just 3 pages further on from 277. It's the next page of 271. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages further on. Page 278. It's part of the same documentation.
Page 277, the page number.
277 is the conclusion, I think, and 278 says approve, recommendation approved.
Yeah. So what I'm referring to, what I think is relevant is at the top of the first paragraph, page 277, the last line of that paragraph, the proposed canal sizing doors, the proposed canal side doors are intended to facilitate efficient maneuvering by the site. The site is formerly the location of the long-steel shellfish artwork signage. And you see it again being described as an artwork at the bottom there. So that the second last paragraph, under the response to objections, very last sentence again. Please note that the artwork in question is not protected under any heritage or conservation designation. I presume what they mean is that it's not locally listed, but again, so it's described twice there as an artwork.
And if I'm trying, my learned friend is correct to me, but if the local planning authority are approving the introduction of the doors, does that say anything about the robustness of the building being able to carry the display of art installations? Does that say anything? The fact that it could cope with the doors without harming the conservation area?
Yes, I mean, I think you know the doors are. So you will see the doors. It's quite a considerable structure facing the canal that was approved. Quite a big change. The building, I'd say, was able to absorb that without any change. In fact, is my view, but the doors facilitate the building to engage with the canal, and that's an improvement. But it's certainly relevant that the record that was appropriate.
If I could now take you to Appendix 12, please, at page 166.
Just to remind you, I have to finish at 1 o'clock. I'm really going to. I'm sorry.
Do you have this picture?
I have that. Have you got that, sir?
Yeah.
And looking at the structure with the raised roof there.
Sorry, which structure?
It's what I call a hatch cover.
Right, yeah, so that's one of the structures that's being enforced against.
That's right. What the appellants have said is that they're open to discussing an amendment. What do you understand it to be conditioned about?
I've looked at the structure and I thought even the nature and character of the buildings, I don't see this as problematic. But I mean, if the council thought that there was a different way of articulating that structure that would overcome the objections, that certainly be done.
Just a point of clarification. We're talking about this,
Yeah,
which is in the notice with the photograph structure 4.
That's right. Although it has been adapted. So the lid that you see.
It has, and I'm going to take you to that in my question.
Yeah.
Because they're not the same.
They're not the same. They're not.
and further changes are on the table, as I understand. But then we'll come back to that in the question session. Now, with the pressure of time, maybe it can be. I've got 3 further pages to refer to.
I'm sorry, we're going to go back to the tomorrow. That's particularly matters if we start to presentation. Yeah, left on standing by the comments. Right. It's 2 minutes to 5. That's not what I'm doing. I'm confused about the conservation area review document, and if it is known as or if it is not. I can't quickly put my hands on it. I've got an entire electronic copy of the file on my computer, but I cannot see it in the 600 or so documents that are there. Useful to know as well if it is an evidence and if it isn't, where I'm finding it, or if I don't have a copy, if I'm to get a copy, if anyone objects to being deal with that first thing.
I would request if the council can help you with that. I would also be grateful because I have been unable to find one with the links that I've been quite happy with.
Yeah, if it was in evidence, I think I would remember.
Well, the extracts in the appendix.
I spotted it as I opened it. I don't think it's there, but I'm really looking right, we're back tomorrow. There's not many interested parties here, it seems. So should we reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow? It's a risk I'm prepared to take, given that the letter says we start at 10 each day, but people that are interested would be here in saying this to know to read it. Does that help with the time a bit? Of course it does. Yeah. Right, pending sheets for today, I'm hoping they are either outside. Can I have those? Who has the sheets? Just check, is there any issue with starting at 9:30 tomorrow? Because I understood from colleagues yesterday that the building doesn't open until 9:30. That would be good. I don't really want us all queuing out the door at 9:30 because I can't get in. That would be great. So, we came in at 9 o'clock. It would be good to be able to get in 10, 15 minutes in advance. So it should be 9 o'clock tomorrow. Right, thank you. Right, any other housekeeping issues, partners, attendance sheets, where they want to? Who has them?
So should we give that to you tomorrow?
Just risk they go straight over it. Just hand it up. That's the attendance sheet for today. Or we need to start on the as well. Right, thank you all. I'll go down to the